first inquired, "What is Epaphroditus doing?" The answer was, "He is consulting about so-and-so with Felicion." And he that sold him as good for nothing, who had in a trice converted him into a wiseacre. This is what comes of holding of importance anything but the things that depend on the will. What you shun, enduring yourself, attempt not to impose on others. You shun slavery. Beware of enslaving others. You can endure to do that. One would think you had been once upon a time a slave yourself. Vice has nothing in common with virtue, nor freedom with slavery. Has a man been raised to the tribuneship? Every one that he meets congratulates him. One kisses him on the eyes, another on the neck. One slaves kiss his hands. He goes home to find torches burning. He ascends to the capital to sacrifice. Whoever sacrificed for having had right desires, for having conceived such inclinations as nature would have him. In truth, we thank the gods for that wherein we place our happiness. A man was talking to me today about the priesthood of Augustus. I said to him, "Let the thing go, my good sir. You will spend a great deal to no purpose. But my name will be inserted in all the documents and contracts. Will you be standing there to tell those that read them, that is my name written there? And even though you could now be there in every case, what will you do when you are dead? At all events, my name will remain. Inscribe it on a stone, and it will remain just as well. And think beyond Nicopolis, what memory of you will there be? But I shall have a golden wreath to wear. If you must have a wreath, get a wreath of roses and put it on. You will look more elegant. Above all, remember that the door stands open. Be not more fearful than children, but as they, when they weary of the game, cry, "I will play no more." Even so, when thou art in the like case, cry, "I will play no more," and depart. But if thou sayest, make no lamentation. Is there smoke in the room? If it be slight, I remain. If grievous, I quit side, I quit it. For you must remember this and hold it fast. The door stands open. You shall not dwell at Nicopolis, well and good, nor at Athens. I will not dwell at Athens either, nor at Rome, nor Rome either. You shall dwell in Gyara. Well, but to dwell in Gyara seems to me like a grievous smoke. Depart to a place where none can forbid me to dwell. That habitation is open to all. For as for the last garment of all, that is the poor body. Beyond that, none cannot do aught unto me. This is why Demetrius said to Nero, "You threaten me with death, but it is nature who threatens you." The beginning of philosophy is to know the condition of one's own mind. If a man recognizes that this is in a weakly state, he will not then want to apply it to questions of the greatest moment. As it is, men who are not fit to swallow even a morsel buy whole treatises and try to devour them. Accordingly, they either vomit them up again or suffer from indigestion, whence come gripings, fluxions, and fevers, whereas they should have stopped to consider their capacity. In theory, it is easy to convince an ignorant person. In actual life, men not only object to offer themselves to be convinced, but hate the man who has convinced them. Whereas Socrates used to say that we should never lead a life not subjected to examination. This is the reason why Socrates, when reminded that he should prepare for his trial, answered, "Thinkest thou not that I have been preparing for it all my life? In what way I have maintained that which in me lay? How so? I have never secretly, openly done wrong unto any. In what character dost thou now come forward? Is a witness summoned by God. Come thou, saith God, and testify for me, that thou art worthy of being brought forward as a witness by me. Is aught that is outside thy will, either good or bad? Do I hurt any man? Have I placed the good of each in the power of any other than himself? What witness dost... Here are some tricks that cops use during traffic stops and how to avoid them. Do you know how fast?
Did people try to kill you?
Yes. Author Salman Rushdie has been a marked man for nearly half his life. And in 2022, a knife-wielding attacker almost killed him. This is his first television interview.
One of the surgeons who had saved my life, said to me, he said, first you were really unlucky and then you were really lucky. I said, what's the lucky part? And he said, well, the lucky part is that the man who attacked you had no idea how to kill a man with a knife.
Did people try to?
People have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with
The Way of Shuangzi. Readings from Shuangzi. The useless tree. Huizu said to Chuang, I have a big tree, kind they call a stink tree. The trunk is so distorted, so full of knots, no one can get a straight plank out of it. The branches are so crooked you cannot cut them up in any way that makes sense. There it stands beside the road, no carpenter will even look at it. Such is your teaching, big and useless. Shuangzi replied, have you ever watched the wild cat crouching, watching his prey? This way it leaps and that way, high and low, and at last lands in the trap? But have you seen the yak? Great as a thundercloud, he stands in his might. Big, sure, he can't catch mice. So for your big tree no use? Then plant it in the wasteland in emptiness. Walk idly around, rest under its shadow. No axe or bill prepares its end. No one will ever cut it down. Useless? You should worry. I had salesmen and a capable ruler. A man of Sung did business in silk ceremonial hats. He traveled with a load of hats to the wild men of the south. The wild men had shaved heads, tattooed bodies. What did they want with silk ceremonial hats? Yao had wisely governed all China. He had brought the entire world to a state of rest, and after he went to visit the four perfect ones in the distant mountains of Ku-Shi. When he came back across the border into his own city, he lost gaze, saw no throne. The breath of nature. When great nature sighs, we hear the winds, when noiseless in themselves, awaken voices from other beings, blowing on them. From every opening, loud voices sound. Have you not heard this rush of tones? There stands the overhanging wood on the steep mountain, little trees with holes and cracks, like snouts, mouths, and ears, like beam sockets, like goblets, grooves in the wood, hollows full of water. You hear mooing and roaring, whistling, shouts of command, grumblings, deep drones, sad flutes. One call awakens another in dialogue. Gentle winds sing timidly. Strong ones blast on without restraint. Then the wind dies down, the openings empty out their last sound. Have you not observed how all then trembles and subsides? You replied, I understand. The music of earth sings through 1,000 holes. The music of man is made on flutes and instruments. What makes the music of heaven? Master Kai said, something is blowing in 1,000 different holes. Some power stands behind all this and makes the sounds die down. What is this power? Great knowledge sees all in one. Small knowledge breaks down into the many. When the body sleeps, the soul is enfolded in one. When the body wakes, the openings begin to function. They resound with every encounter, with all the very business of life, the strivings of the heart. Men are blocked, perplexed, lost in doubt. Little fears eat away their peace of heart. Great fears swallow them whole. Arrows shot at a target, hit and miss, right and wrong. That is what men call judgment, decision. Their pronouncements are as final as treaties between emperors. Oh, they make their point, yet their arguments fall faster and feebler than dead leaves in autumn and winter. Their talks flows out like piss, never to be recovered. They stand at last blocked, bound, and gagged, choked up like old drain pipes. The mind fails, it shall not see light again. Pleasure and rage, sadness and joy, hopes and regrets, change and stability, weakness and decision, impatience and sloth, all are sounds from the same flute, all mushrooms from the same wet mold. Day and night follow one another and come upon us without our seeing how they sprout. Enough, enough, early and late we meet the that, from which these all grow. If there were no that, there would be no this. If there were no this, there would be nothing for all these winds to play on. So far can we go, but how shall we understand what brings it about? One may well suppose the true governor to be behind it all. That such a power works, I can believe. I cannot see his form. He acts but has no form. Tao is obscured. When men understand only one of a pair of opposites, or concentrate only on a partial aspect of being, then clear expression also becomes muddled by mere wordplay, affirming this one aspect and denying all the rest. Hence the wrangling of Confucians and Maoists. Each denies what the other affirms, and affirms what the other denies. What use is this struggle to set up no against yes and yes against no? Better to abandon this hopeless effort and seek true light. There is nothing that cannot be seen from the standpoint of the not I. There is nothing which cannot be seen from the standpoint of the I. If I begin by looking at anything from the viewpoint of the not I, then I do not really see it, since it is not I that sees it. If I begin from where I am and see it as I see it, then it may be also become possible for me to see it as another sees it. Hence the theory of reversal, that opposites produce each other, depend on each other, and complement each other. However this may be, life is followed by death, death is followed by life. The possible becomes impossible, the impossible becomes possible. Right turns into wrong, and wrong into right. The flow of life alters circumstances, and thus things themselves are altered in their turn. But disputants continue to affirm, deny the same things they have always affirmed and denied, ignoring the new aspects of reality presented by the changing conditions. The wise man, therefore, instead of trying to prove this or that point by logical disputation, sees all things in the light of direct intuition. He is not imprisoned by the limitations of the I, for the viewpoint of direct intuition is that of both I and not I. Hence he sees that on both sides of every argument there is both right and wrong. He also sees that in the end they are reducible to the same thing once they are related to the pivot of Tao. The wise man grasps this pivot. He is in the center of the circle, and there he stands while yes and no pursue each other around the circumference. The pivot of Tao passes through the center where all affirmations and denials converge. He who grasps the pivot is at the still point from which all movements and oppositions can be seen in their right relationship. Hence he sees the limitless possibilities of both yes and no, abandoning all thoughts of imposing a limit or taking sides. He rests in direct intuition. Therefore I said, better to abandon disputation and seek the true light. 3 in the morning, when we wear out our minds stubbornly clinging to one partial view of things, refusing to see a deeper agreement between this and its complementary opposite, we have what is called 3 in the morning. What is this 3 in the morning? monkey trainer went to his monkeys and told them, "As regards your chestnuts, you are going to have 3 measures in the morning and 4 in the afternoon." At this they all became angry, so he said, "All right, in that case I will give you 4 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon." This time they were satisfied. The 2 arrangements were the same in that the number of chestnuts did not change, but in one case the animals were displeased and in the other they were satisfied. The keeper had been willing to change his personal arrangement in order to meet objective conditions. He lost nothing by it. The truly wise man, considering both sides of the question without partiality, sets them both in the light of Tao. This is called following 2 courses at once.
The Jinx is a 6-part HBO documentary series. It details the case of real estate heir Robert Durst.
The director promises tonight's final installment will answer questions people have been asking for decades.
As the Jinx aired, Bob and I spoke after every episode. He was very nervous, and I thought to myself, he's gonna run. My captain told me, whatever you do, don't let Robert Durst get away.
Bob was going to flee the country, never to return. And of course, that didn't happen.
Hello, this is a prepaid call from
Hello? Steve, I was arrested, so... Oh boy. Yep.
When Bob has a friend, he expects blind loyalty.
Bob, you were a good friend. I only have the fondest, greatest memories of you.
You should expect to get a call from the DA wanting to talk to you, but you don't tell them.
Turn.
Cutting up an ox. Prince Wen, who he is, cook, was cutting up an ox. Out one day, hand, down went a shoulder. He planted a foot, he pressed with a knee. The ox fell apart with a whisper. The bright cleaver murmured like a gentle wind. Rhythm, timing like a sacred dance, like the mulberry grove, like ancient harmonies. "Good work," the prince exclaimed. "Your method is faultless." "Method?" said the cook, laying aside his cleaver. "What I follow is Tao beyond all methods." When I first began to cut up oxen, I would see before me the whole ox, all in one mass. After 3 years, I no longer saw this mass. I saw the distinctions. But now I see nothing with my eye. My whole being apprehends. My senses are idle, the spirit, free to work without a plan, following its own instinct, guided by natural line. The secret opening, the hidden space, my cleaver finds its own way. I cut through no joint, chop no bone. A good cook needs a new chopper once a year. He cuts. A poor cook needs a new one every month. He hacks. I have used this same cleaver 19 years. It has cut up 1,000 oxen. Its edge is as keen as if newly sharpened. There are spaces in the joints. The blade is thin and keen. When this thinness finds that space, there is all the room you need. It goes like a breeze. Hence I have this cleaver 19 years as if newly sharpened. True, there are sometimes tough joints, few then coming. I slow down, I watch closely, hold back, barely move the blade, and whomp. The pot falls away, landing like a clod of earth. Then I withdraw the blade, I stand still, then let the joy of the work sink in. I clean the blade and put it away. Prince Wan Huai said, "This is it. My cook has shown me how I ought to live my own life." The man with one foot and the marsh pheasant. Kong Wen Xin saw a maimed official who left foot had been cut off. Penalty in the political game. Kind of man, he cried, is this one-footed oddity? How did he get that way? Shall we say man did this or heaven? Heaven, he said, this comes from heaven, not from man. When heaven gave this man life, it willed. He should stand out from others and sent him into politics to get himself distinguished. See, 1 foot. This man is different. The little marsh pheasant stopped 10 times to get a bite of grain. She must run 100 steps before she takes a sip of water. Yet she does not ask to be kept in a hen run. Though she might have all she desired set before her, she would rather run and seek her own little living uncaged. The fasting of the heart, Yan Huai, the favorite disciple of Confucius, came to take leave of his master. Where are you going? Asked Confucius. I am going to Wai. And what for? I have heard that the Prince of Wai is a lusty, full-blooded fellow and is entirely self-willed. He takes no care of his people and refuses to see any fault in himself. He pays no attention to the fact that his subjects are dying right and left. Corpses lie all over the country like hay in a field. The people are desperate, but I have heard you, master, say that one should leave the state that is well governed and go to one which is in disorder. At the door of the physician there are plenty of sick people. I want to take this opportunity to put into practice what I have learned from you and see it if I can bring about some improvement in conditions there. Alas, said Confucius, you do not realize what you are doing. You will bring disaster upon yourself. Tao has no need of your eagerness, and you will only waste your energy in your misguided efforts. Wasting your energy, you will become confused and then anxious. Once anxious, you will no longer be able to help yourself. The sages of old first sought Tao in themselves, then looked to see if there was anything in others that corresponded with Tao as they knew it. But if you do not have Tao yourself, what business have you spending your time in vain efforts to bring up corrupt politicians into the right path? However, I suppose you must have some basis for your hope of success. How do you propose to go about it? Yan Huai replied, I intend to present myself as a humble, disinterested man, seeking only to do what is right and nothing else. A completely simple and honest approach. Will this win his confidence? Certainly not. Confucius replied, this man is convinced that he alone is right. He may pretend outwardly to take an interest in an objective standard of justice, but do not be deceived by his expression. He is not accustomed to being opposed by anyone. His way is to reassure himself that he is right by trampling on other people. If he does this with mediocre men, he will all the more certainly do it to one who presents a threat by claiming to be a man of high qualities. He will cling stubbornly to his own way. He may pretend to be interested in your talk about what is objectively right, but interiorly he will not hear you, and there will be no change whatever. You will get nowhere with this. Yan Huai then said, very well, instead of directly opposing him, I will maintain my own standards interiorly, but outwardly I will appear to yield. I will appeal to the authority of tradition, to the examples of the past. He who is interiorly uncompromising is the son of heaven, just as much as my brother. I will not rely on any teaching of my own, and will consequently have no concern about whether I am approved or not. It will eventually be recognized as perfectly disinterested and sincere. They will all come to appreciate my candor, and thus I will be an instrument of heaven in their midst. In this way, yielding in obedience to the prince as other men do, bowing, kneeling, prostrating myself as a servant should, I shall be accepted without blame. Then others will have confidence in me, and gradually they will make use of me, seeing that it is a desire only to make myself useful, to work for the good of all men. Thus I will be an instrument of men. Meanwhile, all I have to say will be expressed in terms of ancient tradition. I will be working with the sacred tradition of the ancient sages. Though what I say may be objectively a condemnation of the prince's conduct, it will not be I who say it, the tradition itself. In this way I will be perfectly honest, and yet not give offense. Thus I will be an instrument of tradition. Do you think I have the right approach? Certainly not, said Confucius. You have too many different plans of action. When you have not even got to know the prince and observed his character, at best you might get away with it and save your skin, but you will not change anything whatever. He might perhaps superficially conform to your words, but there will be no real change of heart. Yan Huai then said, well, that is the best I have to offer. Will you, master, tell me what you suggest? You must fast, said Confucius. Do you know what I mean by fasting? It is not easy, but easy ways do not come from God. Oh, said Yan Huai, I am used to fasting. At home we were poor. We went for months without wine or meat. That is fasting, is it not? Well, you can call it observing a fast if you like, said Confucius, but it is not the fasting of the heart. Tell me, said Yan Huai, what is fasting of the heart? Confucius replied, the goal of fasting is inner unity. This means hearing, but not with the ear, hearing, but not with the understanding, hearing with the spirit, with your whole being. The hearing that is only in the ears is one thing, the hearing of the understanding is another. But the hearing of the spirit is not limited to any one faculty, to the ear or to the mind. Hence it demands the emptiness of all the faculties, and when the faculties are empty, then the whole being listens. There is then a direct grasp of what is right there before you that can never be heard with the ear or understood with the mind. Fasting of the heart empties the faculties, frees you from limitation and from preoccupation. Fasting of the heart begets unity and freedom. I see, said Yan Huai. What was standing in my way was my own self-awareness. If I can begin this fasting of the heart, self-awareness will vanish. Then I will be free from limitation and preoccupation. Is that what you mean? Yes, said Confucius, that's it. If you can do this, you will be able to go among men in their world without upsetting them. You will not enter into conflict with their ideal image of themselves. They will listen, sing them a song, if not keep silent. Do not try to break down their door, don't try out new medicines on them. Just be there among them, because there is nothing else for you to be but one of them. Then you may have success. It is easy to stand still and leave no trace, but it is hard to walk without touching the ground. If you follow human methods, you can get away with deception. In the way of Tao, no deception is possible. You know that one can fly with wings. You have not yet learned about flying without wings. You are familiar with the wisdom of those who know, but you have not yet learned the wisdom of those who know not. Look at this window. It is nothing but a hole in the wall, but because of it, the whole room is full of light. So when the faculties are empty, the heart is full of light. Being full of light, it becomes an influence by which others are secretly transformed.
There's nothing more powerful than you making your thing happen. Really going for it. Doing business on your terms. Giving it your all. Making a difference. And loving what you do. Every single day. Feeling fearless, fulfilled, free. When there's nothing holding you back. What would your thing be?
There were three friends discussing life. One said, can men live together and know nothing of it, work together and produce nothing? Can they fly around in space and forget to exist, world without end? The three friends looked at each other and burst out laughing. They had no explanation. Thus they were better friends than before. Then one friend died. Confucius sent a disciple to help the other two chant his obsequies. The disciple found that one friend had composed a song while the other played a tune. They sang, "Hey, Sung-Hu, where'd you go? Hey, Sung-Hu, where'd you go? You have gone where you really were, and we are here, damn it, we are here." Then the disciple of Confucius burst in on them and exclaimed, "May I inquire where you found this in the rubrics for obsequies? This frivolous caroling in the presence of the departed?" The two friends looked at each other and laughed. "Poor fellow," they said, "he doesn't know the new liturgy." Lao-Tzu's wake. Lao Tan lay dead. Qin Shi attended the wake. He let out 3 yells and went home. One of the disciples said, "Were you not the master's friend?" "Certainly," he replied. "It is then sufficient for you to mourn no better than you have just done." "In the beginning, Qin Shi, I thought he was the greatest of men, no longer. When I came to mourn, I found old men lamenting him as their son, young men sobbing as though for their mother. How did he bind them to himself so tight, if not by words he should never have said, and tears he should never have wept? He weakened his true being. He laid on load upon load. Load of emotion increased the enormous reckoning. He forgot the gift God had entrusted to him. This the ancients called punishment for neglecting the true self. The master came at his right time into the world. When his time was up, he left it again. He who awaits his time, who submits when his work is done. In this life there is no room for sorrow or for rejoicing. Here is how the ancients said all this in 4 words. God cuts the thread. We have seen a fire of sticks burn out. The fire now burns in some other place where, who knows, these brands are burnt out. Confucius and the Madman. When Confucius was visiting the state of Chu, along came Kya Yu, the madman of Chu, and sang outside the master's door, "O Phoenix, Phoenix, where's your virtue gone? It cannot reach the future or bring the past again. When the world makes sense, the wise have work to do. They can only hide when the world's askew. Today, if you can stay alive, luckier you try to survive. Joy is featherlight, but who can carry it? Sorrow falls like a landslide, who can parry it? Never, never teach virtue more, you walk in danger, beware, beware, even ferns can cut your feet. When I walk crazy, I walk right, but am I a man to imitate? The tree in the mountain height is its own enemy. The grease that feeds the light devours itself. The cinnamon tree is edible, so cut it down. The lacquer tree is profitable, they maim it. Every man knows how useful it is to be useful. No one seems to know how useful it is to be useless. Alright, this is philosophyvideos.com. We'll end it there on page 60. The Way of Chuang-Tzu by Thomas Merton. The next chapter will be The True Man.
I recommend a vibrant rainbow effect. Okay, the recommended solution has been applied. Like it? Tap to save the DIY.
Hercules brushless power tools. Power and performance at the perfect price.
The true man. What is meant by a true man? The true men of old were not afraid. When they stood alone in their views, no great exploits, no plans. If they failed, no sorrow, no self-congratulation in success. They scaled cliffs, never dizzy. Plunged in water, never wet. Walked through fire and were not burnt. Thus, their knowledge reached all the way to Tao. The true men of old slept without dreams, woke without worries. Their food was plain. They breathed deep. True men breathe from their heels. Others breathe with their gullets, half strangled. In dispute they heave up arguments like vomit. Where the fountains of passion lie deep, the heavenly springs are soon dry. The true men of old knew no lust for life, no dread of death. Their entrance was without gladness, their exit yonder, without resistance, easy come, easy go. They did not forget where from, nor ask where to, nor drive grimly forward, fighting their way through life. They took life as it came gladly, took death as it came without care, and went away yonder, yonder. They had no mind to fight Tao. They did not try by their own contriving to help Tao along. These are all the ones we call true men. Minds free, thoughts gone, brows clear, faces serene. Were they cool? Only cool as autumn. They were hot, no hotter than spring. All that came out of them came quiet like the 4 seasons. Metamorphosis. 4 men got in a discussion. Each one said, who knows how to have the void for his head, to have life as his backbone and death as his tail? He shall be my friend. At this, they all looked at one another, saw they agreed, burst out laughing, and became friends. And one of them fell ill, and another went to see him. Great is the Maker, said the sick one, who has made me as I am. I am so doubled up, my guts are over my head. Upon my navel I rest my cheek. My shoulders stand out beyond my neck. My crown is an ulcer surveying the sky. My body is chaos, but my mind is in order. He dragged himself to the wall, saw his reflection, and declared, what a mess he has made of me. His friend asked, are you discouraged? Not at all. Why should I be? If he takes me apart and makes a rooster Of my left shoulder I shall announce the dawn. If he makes a crossbow of my right shoulder, I shall procure roast duck. If my buttocks turn into wheels, and if my spirit is a horse, I will hitch myself up and ride around in my own wagon. There is a time for putting together and another time for taking apart. He who understands this course of events takes each new state in its proper time. With neither sorrow nor joy, the ancients said the hanged man cannot cut himself down, but in due time nature is stronger than all his ropes and bonds. It was always so. Where is there a reason to be discouraged? Man is born in Tao, fishes are born in water. Man is born in Tao. If fishes born in water seek the deep shadow of pond and pool, all their needs are satisfied. If man born in Tao sinks into the deep shadow of non-action, to forget aggression and concern, he lacks nothing, his life is secure. Moral, all the fish needs is to get lost in water. All man needs is to get lost in Tao. Two kings and no form. The South Sea King was act on your hunch. The North Sea King was act in a flash. The king of the place between them was no form. How South Sea King and North Sea King used to go together often to the land of no form. He treated them well. So they consulted together. They thought up a good turn, a pleasant surprise for no form, in token of appreciation. Men, they said, have 7 openings for seeing, hearing, eating, breathing, and so on, but no form has no openings. Let's make him a few holes. So after that they put holes in no form, 1 a day for 7 days, and when they finished the 7th opening, their friend lay dead. Lao Tan said, to organize is to destroy. Cracking the safe. For security against robbers who snatch purses, rifle luggage, and crack safes, one must fasten all property with ropes, lock it up with locks, bolt it with bolts. This for property owners is elementary good sense. But when a strong thief comes along, he picks up the whole lot, puts it on his back, and goes on his way with only one fear, that ropes, locks, and bolts may give way. Thus, when the world calls good business, it's only a way to gather up the loot and pack it. Make it secure in one convenient load for the more enterprising thieves. Who is there among those called smart, who does not spend his time amassing loot for a bigger robber than himself? In the land of Ki, from village to village, you could hear cocks crowing, dogs barking, fishermen cast their nets. Plowmen plowed the wide fields. Everything was neatly marked out by boundary lines. 400 or 500 square miles. There were temples for ancestors, altars for field goods, gods, and corn spirits. Every canton, county, and district was run according to the laws and statutes, until one morning the Attorney General, Tian Kang Tzu, did away with the king and took over the whole estate. Was he content to steal the land? No. He also took over the laws and statutes at the same time, and all the lawyers with them, not to mention the police. They all formed part of the same package. Of course, people called King Tzu a robber, but they left him alone to live as happy as the patriarchs. No small state would say a word against him. No large state would make a move in his direction. So for 12 generations, the state of Qi belonged to his family. No one interfered with his inalienable rights. The invention of weights and measures makes robbery easier. Signing contracts, setting seals, makes robbery more sure. Teaching love and duty provides a fitting language with which to prove that robbery is really for the general good. A poor man must swing for stealing a belt buckle, but if a rich man steals a whole state, he is acclaimed as Statesman of the Year. Hence, if you want to hear the very best speeches on love, duty, justice, etc., listen to statesmen. But when the creek dries up, nothing grows in the valley. When the mound is leveled, the hollow next to it is filled. And when the statesmen and lawyers and preachers of duty disappear, there are no more robberies either, and the world is at peace. Moral, the more you pile up ethical principles and duties and obligations to bring everyone in line, the more you gather loot. For a thief like King by ethical argument and moral principle. The greatest crimes are eventually shown to have been necessary and, in fact, a signal benefit to mankind.
There are tools for every trade, but the most important ones are attached to our legs. That's why every Wolverine boot goes beyond comfort to help you outdo every day.
Leaving things alone. I know about letting the world alone, not interfering. I do not know what about running things, letting things alone so that men will not blow their nature out of shape, and interfering so that men will not be changed into something they are not. When men do not get twisted and maimed beyond recognition, when they are allowed to live, the purpose of government is achieved. Too much pleasure? Yang has too much influence. Too much suffering? Yin has too much influence. When one of those outweighs the other, it is as if the seasons came at the wrong times. The balance of cold and heat is destroyed. The body of man suffers. Too much happiness, too much unhappiness. Out of due time, men are thrown off balance. What will they do next? Thought runs wild, no control. They start everything, finish nothing. Here competition begins. Here the idea of excellence is born, and robbers appear in the world. Now the whole world is not enough reward for the good, nor enough punishment for the wicked. Since now the world itself is not big enough for reward or punishment. From the time of the 3 dynasties, men have been running in all directions. How can they find time to be human? You train your eye and your vision lusts after color. You train your ear and you long for delightful sound. You delight in doing good and your natural kindness is blown out of shape. You delight in righteousness and you become righteous beyond all reason. You overdo liturgy. You turn into a ham actor, overdo your love of music and you play corn. Love of wisdom leads to wise contriving. Love of knowledge leads to fault finding. If men would stay as they really are, taking or leaving, these 8 delights would make no difference. But if they will not rest in their right state, the 8 delights develop like malignant tumors. The world falls into confusion since men honor these delights and lust after them. The world has gone stone blind. When the delight is over, they still will not let go of it. They surround its memory with ritual worship. They fall on their knees to talk about it, play music and sing, fast and discipline themselves in honor of the 8 delights. When the delights become a religion, how can you control them? The wise man then, when he must govern, knows how to do nothing, letting things alone, though he rests in his original nature. He who will govern will respect the governed no more than he respects himself. If he loves his own person enough to let it rest in its original truth, he will govern others without hurting them. Let him keep the deep drives in his own guts from going into action. Let him keep still, not looking, not hearing. Let him sit like a corpse, with the dragon power alive all around him. In complete silence, his voice will be like thunder. His movements will be invisible like those of a spirit, but the powers of heaven will go with them. Unconcerned, doing nothing, he will see all things grow ripe around him. Where will he find time to govern? The kingly man. My master said, that which checks on all and meddles in none is heaven. The kingly man realizes this, hides it in his heart, grows boundless, wide-minded, draws all to himself, and so he lets the gold lie hidden in the mountain, leaves the pearl lying in the deep. Goods and possessions are no gain in his eyes. He stays far from wealth and honor. Long life is no ground for joy, nor early death for sorrow. Success is not for him to be proud of. Failure is no shame. Had he all the world's power, he would not hold it as his own. If he conquered everything, he would not take it to himself. His glory is in knowing that all things come together in one, and life and death are equal. How deep is Tao? My master said, Tao, how deep, how still its hiding place. Tao, how pure. Without this stillness, metal would not ring. Stone, when struck, would give no answer. The power of sound is in the metal, and Tao in all things. When they clash, they ring with Tao, and are silent again. Who is there now to tell all things to their places? The king of life goes his way free, inactive, unknown. He would blush to be in business. He keeps his deep roots down in the origin, down in the spring. His knowledge is enfolded in spirit, and he grows great, opens a great heart, a world's refuge. Without forethought, he comes out in majesty. Without plan, he goes his way, and all things follow him. This is the kingly man who rides above life. This one sees in the dark, hears where there is no sound. In the deep dark, he alone sees light. In soundlessness, he alone perceives music. He can go down into the lowest of low places and find people. He can stand in the highest of high places and see meaning. He is in contact with all beings. That which is not goes his way. That which moves is what he stands on. Great is small for him, long is short for him, and all his distances are near. The lost pearl, the yellow emperor, went wandering to the north of the red water, to the Kwanlun mountain. He looked around over the edge of the world. On the way home, he lost his night-colored pearl. He sent out science to seek his pearl and got nothing. He sent analysis to look for his pearl and got nothing. He sent out logic to seek his pearl and got nothing. Then he asked nothingness, and nothingness had it. The yellow emperor said, strange indeed, nothingness, who was not sent, who did not work to find it, had the night-colored pearl. In my end is my beginning. In the beginning of beginnings was void of void, the nameless. And in the nameless was the one, without body, without form, this one. This being in whom all find power to exist is the living. From the living comes the formless, the undivided. From the act of this formless come the existence, each according to its inner principle. This is form, here body embraces and cherishes spirit. The two work together as one, blending and manifesting their characters, and this is nature. But he who obeys nature returns through form and formless to the living, and in the living joins the unbegun beginning. The joining is sameness, the sameness is void, the void is infinite. The bird opens its beak and sings its note. Then the beak becomes together again in silence, so nature and the living meet together in void. Like the closing of the bird's beak after its song, heaven and earth come together in the unbegun. And all is foolishness, all is unknown, all is like the lights of an idiot, all is without mind. To obey is to close the beak and fall into unbeginning. When life was full, there was no history. In the age when life on earth was full, no one paid any special attention to worthy men, nor did they single out the man of ability. Rulers were simply the highest branches on the tree, and the people were like deer in the woods. They were honest and righteous without realizing that they were doing their duty. They loved each other and did not know that this was love of neighbor. They deceived no one, yet they did not know that they were meant to be trusted. They were reliable and did not know that this was good faith. They lived freely together, giving and taking, and did not know that they were generous. For this reason, their deeds have not been narrated. They made no history. When a hideous man becomes a father, and the son is born to him in the middle of the night, he trembles and lights a lamp and runs to look in anguish on that child's face to see whom he resembles. The 5 enemies, with wood from 100-year-old tree, they make sacrificial vessels, covered with green and yellow designs. The wood that was cut away lies unused in the ditch. If we compare the sacrificial vessel with the wood in the ditch, we find them to differ in appearance. One is more beautiful than the other, yet they are equal in this. Both have lost their original nature. So if you compare the robber and the respectable citizen, you find that one is indeed more respectable than the other. Yet they agree in this: they have both lost the original simplicity of man. How did they lose it? Here are the 5 ways. Love of colors bewilders the eye, and it fails to see right. Love of harmonies bewitches the ear, and it loses its true hearing. Love of perfumes fills the head with dizziness. Love of flavors ruins the taste. Desires unsettle the heart until the original nature runs amok. These five are enemies of true life, yet these are what man of discernment claim to live for. They are not what I live for. If this is life, then pigeons in a cage have found happiness. Action and non-action. The non-action of the wise man is not inaction. It is not studied. It is not shaken by anything. The sage is quiet because he is not moved, not because he wills to be quiet. Still water is like glass. You can look in it and see the bristles on your chin. It is a perfect level. A carpenter could use it. If water is so clear, so level, how much more the spirit of man? The heart of the wise man is tranquil. It is the mirror of heaven and earth, the glass of everything, emptiness, stillness, tranquility, tastelessness, silence, non-action. This is the level of heaven and earth. This is perfect Tao. Wise men find here their resting place. Resting, they are empty. From emptiness comes the unconditioned, from this the conditioned, the individual thing. So from the sage's emptiness, stillness arises. From stillness, action. From action, attainment. From their stillness comes their non-action, which is also action, and is therefore their attainment. For stillness is joy. Joy is free from care, fruitful in long years. Joy does all things without concern. For emptiness, stillness, tranquility, tastelessness, silence, and non-action are the root of all things. Du Quan and the wheelwright. The world values books and thinks that it is in so doing it is valuing Tao. But books contain words only, and yet there is something else which gives value to the books, not the words only, nor the thought in the words, but something else within the thought, swinging it in a certain direction that words cannot comprehend. But it is the words themselves that the world values when it commits them to books, and though the world values them, these words are worthless as long as that which gives them value is not held in honor. That which man apprehends by observation is only outward form and color, name and noise, and he thinks that this will put him in possession of Tao. Form and color, name and sound do not reach to reality. That is why he who knows does not say, he who says does not know. How then is the world going to know Tao through words? Duke Huan of Kai, first in his dynasty, sat under his canopy reading his philosophy, and Fian the wheelwright was out in the yard making a wheel. Fian laid aside hammer and chisel, climbed the steps, and said to Duke Huan, "May I ask you, Lord, what is this you are reading?" The Duke said, "The experts, the authorities." And Fian asked, "Alive or dead?" "Dead a long time." "Then," said the wheelwright, "you are reading only the dirt they left behind." Then the Duke replied, "What do you know about it? You are only a wheelwright. You'd better give me a good explanation, or else you must die." The wheelwright said, "Let us look at the affair from my point of view. When I make wheels, if I go easy, they fall apart. If I am too rough, they don't fit. If I am neither too easy nor too violent, they come out right. The work is what I want it to be. You cannot put this into words. You just have to know how it is. I cannot even tell my own son exactly how it is done. And my own son cannot learn it from me. So here I am, 70 years old, still making wheels. The men of old took all they really knew with them to the grave. And so, Lord, what you are reading there is only the dirt they left behind them." We're going to end it there, page 84. The Way of Chuang-Tzu by Thomas Merton. Thanks for coming to philosophyvideos.com. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on Tumblr. Again, this is philosophyvideos.com.
better allergy relief for better boyfriending. Live Claritin Clear.
Autumn floods. The autumn floods had come. Thousands of wild torrents poured furiously into the Yellow River. It surged and flooded its banks until, looking across, you could not tell an ox from a horse on the other side. Then the river god laughed, delighted to think that all the beauty in the world had fallen into his keeping. So downstream he swung until he came to the ocean. There he looked out over the waves toward the empty horizon in the east, and his face fell. Gazing out at the far horizon, he came to his senses and murmured to the ocean god, "Well, the proverb is right. He who has got himself 100 ideas thinks he knows more than anybody else. Such a one am I. Only now do I see what they mean by expanse." The ocean god replied, "Can you talk about the sea to a frog in a well? Can you talk about the ice to dragonflies? Can you talk about the way of life to a doctor of philosophy? Of all the waters in the world, the ocean is greatest. All the rivers pour into it day and night. It is never filled. It gives back its water day and night. It is never emptied. In dry seasons, it is not lowered. In flood time, it does not rise. Greater than all other waters. There is no measure to tell how much greater. But am I proud of it? What am I under heaven? What am I without yang and yin? Compared with the sky, I am a little rock, a scrub oak on the mountainside. Shall I act as if I were something? Of all the beings that exist, and there are millions, man is only one. Among all the millions of men that live on earth, the civilized people that live by farming are only a small proportion. Small is still the number of those who, having office or fortune, travel by carriage or by boat. And of all these, one man in his carriage is nothing more than the tip of a hair on a horse's flank. Why then all the fuss about great men in great offices? Why all the disputations of scholars? Why all the wrangling of politicians? There are no fixed limits. Time does not stand still. Nothing endures. Nothing is final. You cannot lay hold of the end or the beginning. He who is wise sees near and far, is the same, does not despise the small or value the great. Where all standards differ, how can you compare? With one glance he takes in past and present, without sorrow for the past or impatience with the present. All is in movement. He has experience of fullness and emptiness. He does not rejoice in success or lament in failure. The game is never over. Birth and death are even. The terms are not final. Great and small. When we look at things in the light of Tao, nothing is best, nothing is worst. Each thing seen in its own light stands out in its own way. It can seem to be better than what is compared with it on its own terms, but seen in terms of the whole, no one thing stands out as better. If you measure differences, what is greater than something else is great. Therefore there is nothing that is not great. What is smaller than something else is small. Therefore there is nothing that is not small. So the whole cosmos is a grain of rice, and the tip of a hair is as big as a mountain. Such is the relative view. You can break down walls with battering rams, but you cannot stop holes with them. All things have different uses. Fine horses can travel 100 miles a day, but they cannot catch mice like terriers or weasels. All creatures have gifts of their own. The white-horned owl can catch fleas at midnight and distinguish the tip of a hair. But in bright day it stares helpless and cannot even see a mountain. All things have varying capacities. Consequently, he who wants to have right without wrong, order without disorder, does not understand the principles of heaven and earth. He does not know how things hang together. Can a man cling only to heaven and know nothing of earth? They are correlative. To know one is to know the other. To refuse one is to refuse both. Can a man cling to the positive without any negative, in contrast to which it is seen to be positive? If he claims to do so, he is a rogue or a madman. Thrones pass from dynasty to dynasty. Now in this way, now in that. He who forces his way to power against the grain is called tyrant and usurper. He who moves with the stream of events is called a wise statesman. Quai, the one-legged dragon, is jealous of the centipede is jealous of the snake is jealous of the wind is jealous of the eye is jealous of the mind. Quai said to the centipede, I manage my one leg with difficulty. How can you manage 100? The centipede replied, I do not manage them. They land all over the place, like drops of spit. The centipede said to the snake, with all my feet, I cannot move as fast as you do with no feet at all. How is this done? The snake replied, I have a natural glide that can't be changed. What do I need with feet? The snake spoke to the wind. I ripple my backbone and move along in a bodily way. You without bones, without muscles, without method, blow from the North Sea to the Southern Ocean. How do you get there with nothing? The wind replied, True, I rise up in the North Sea and take myself without obstacle to the Southern Ocean. But every eye that remarks me, every wing that uses me is superior to me, even though I can uproot the biggest trees or overturn big buildings. The true conqueror is he who is not conquered by the multitude of the small. The mind is this conqueror, but only the mind of the wise man, the man of Tao. The man in whom Tao acts without impediment harms no other being by his actions, yet he does not know himself to be kind and to be gentle. The man in whom Tao acts without impediment does not bother with his own interests, and does not despise others who do. He does not struggle to make money, and does not make a virtue of poverty. He goes his way without relying on others, and does not pride himself on walking alone. While he does not follow the crowd, he won't complain of those who do. Rank and reward make no appeal to him. Disgrace and shame do not deter him. He is not always looking for right and wrong, always deciding yes or no. The ancients said therefore. The man of Tao remains unknown. Perfect virtue produces nothing. No self is true self. The greatest man is nobody. The turtle, Shuangzi, with his bamboo pole, was fishing in Pu River. The Prince of Chu said to vice-chancellors with a formal document, We hereby appoint you Prime Minister. Shuangzi held his bamboo pole, still watching Pu River. He said, I am told there is a sacred tortoise, offered and canonized 3,000 years ago, venerated by the prince wrapped in silk, in a precious shrine on an altar in the temple. What do you think? Is it better to give up one's life and leave a sacred shell as an object of cult in a cloud of incense 3,000 years? Or better to live as a plain turtle dragging its tail in the mud? For the turtle, said the vice-chancellor, better to live and drag its tail in the mud. Go home, said Shuangzi, leave me here to drag my tail in the mud. Owl and Phoenix, Huaizu was prime minister of Liang. He had what he believed to be inside information that Shuangzi coveted his post and was intriguing to supplant him. In fact, when Shuangzi came to visit Liang, the prime minister sent out the police to apprehend him. The police searched for him 3 days and 3 nights, but meanwhile Shuang presented himself before Huaizu of his own accord and said, Have you heard about the bird that lives in the south, the phoenix that never grows old? This undying phoenix rises out of the South Sea and flies to the sea of the north, never alighting, except on certain sacred trees. He will touch no food but the most exquisite rare fruit, drinks only from clearest springs. Once an owl, chewing a dead rat already half decayed, saw the phoenix fly over, looked up, and screeched with alarm, clutching the rat to himself in fear and dismay. Why so frantic, clinging to your ministry and screeching at me in dismay? The joy of fishers. Shuangzi and Huaizu were crossing Hao River by the dam. Shuang said, See how free the fishes leap and dart. It is their happiness. Huai replied, "Since you are not a fish, how do you know what makes fishes happy?" Chuang said, "Since you are not I, how can you possibly know that I do not know what makes fishes happy?" Huai argued, "If I, not being you, cannot know what you know, it follows that you, not being a fish, cannot know what they know." Chuang said, "Wait a minute, let us get back to the original question. What you asked me was, how do you know what makes fishes happy? From the terms of your question, you evidently know I know what makes fishes happy. I know the joy of fishes in the river through my own joy as I go walking along the same river. Perfect joy. Is there to be found on earth a fullness of joy, or is there no such thing? Is there some way to make life fully worth living, or is this impossible? If there is such a way, how do you go about finding it? What should you try to do? What should you seek to avoid? What should be the goal in which your activity comes to rest? What should you accept, or what should you refuse to accept? What should you love? What should you hate? What the world values is money, reputation, long life, achievement. What it counts as joy is health and comfort of body, good food, fine cloths, beautiful things to look at, pleasant music to listen to. What it condemns is lack of money, a low social rank, a reputation for being no good, and an early death. What it considers misfortune is bodily discomfort, and labor, no chance to get your fill of good food, not having the clothes to wear, having no way to amuse or delight the eye, no pleasant music to listen to. If people find that they are deprived of these things, they go into a panic or fall into despair. They are so concerned for their life that their anxiety makes life unbearable, even when they have the things they think they want. The very concern for enjoyment makes them unhappy. The rich make life intolerable, driving themselves in order to get more and more money which they cannot really use. In so doing, they are alienated from themselves and exhaust themselves in their own service as though they were slaves of others. The ambitious run day and night in pursuit of honors, constantly in anguish about the success of their plans, dreading the miscalculation that may wreck everything. Thus they are alienated from themselves, exhausting their real life in service of the shadow created by their insatiable hope. The birth of a man is the birth of his sorrow. The longer he lives, the more stupid he becomes, because his anxiety to avoid unavoidable death becomes more and more acute. What bitterness! He lives for what is always out of reach. His thirst for survival in the future makes him incapable of living in the present. What about the self-sacrificing officials and scholars? They are honored by the world because they are good, upright, self-sacrificing men, yet their good character does not preserve them from unhappiness, nor even from ruin, disgrace, and death. I wonder, in that case, if their goodness is really so good after all. It is perhaps a source of unhappiness. Suppose you admit they are happy, but is it a happy thing to have a character and a career that led to one's own eventual destruction? On the other hand, can you call them unhappy, if in sacrificing themselves they save the lives and fortunes of others? Take the case of the minister who conscientiously and uprightly opposes an unjust decision of his king. Some say tell the truth, and if the king will not listen, let him do what he likes. You have no further obligation. On the other hand, Zhu Xu continued to resist the unjust policy of his sovereign. He was consequently destroyed. But if he had not stood up for what he believed to be right, his name would not be held in honor. So there is the question, shall the course he took be called good, if at the same time it was fatal to him? I cannot tell if what the world considers happiness is happiness or not. All I know is that when I consider the way they go about attaining it, I see them carried away headlong, grim and obsessed in the general onrush of the human herd, unable to stop themselves or to change their direction, all the while they claim to be just on the point of attaining happiness. For my part, I cannot accept their standards, whether of happiness or unhappiness. I ask myself if, after all, the concept of happiness has any meaning whatever. My opinion is that you never find happiness until you stop looking for it. My greatest happiness consists precisely in doing nothing whatever that is calculated to obtain happiness, and this is in the minds of most people is the worst possible course. I will hold to the saying that perfect joy is to be without joy. Perfect praise is to be without praise. If you ask what ought to be done and what ought not to be done on earth in order to produce happiness, I answer that these questions do not have an answer. There is no way of determining such things. Yet at the same time, if I cease striving for happiness, the right and the wrong at once become apparent all by themselves. Contentment and well-being at once become impossible the moment you cease to act with them in view, and if you practice non-doing, why? You will have both happiness and well-being. Here is how I sum it up. Heaven does nothing. Its non-doing is its serenity. Earth does nothing. Its non-doing is its rest. From the union of these two non-doings, all actions proceed, all things are made. How vast, how invisible this coming to be. All things come from nowhere. How vast, how invisible, no way to explain it. All beings in their perfection are born of non-doing, hence it is said, heaven and earth do nothing, yet there is nothing they do not do. Where is the man who can attain to this non-doing? All right, we're going to end it there on page 102. Next chapter is Symphony for a Seabird. This is The Way of Chuang-Tzu by Thomas Merton. Thanks for visiting philosophyvideo.com. Subscribe to us on YouTube at philosophyvideos.com. Like us on Twitter, share this video, like our Facebook page, and please comment if you enjoyed this reading from The Way of Chuang-Tzu by Thomas Merton. Again, this is philosophyvideos.com.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Said, don't you know who I am? I am somebody who could be cut through by your sword without blinking an eye. At that point, the commander bowed and left. Could you imagine what space that monk is in? Could you imagine what it's like to see your life as so functional to your awakening, and your death equally so, that the whole business becomes merely a process of growth and awakening and opening and deepening and clearing and shifting channels, and there is no problem about transition. There's no holding on out of fear. It's just opening. Ramana Maharshi, the great Indian saint, was dying of cancer, and he had great miraculous powers, and his devotees said to him, Bhagwan, Ramana Maharshi, heal yourself. And he says, no, this body's used up. And they said, don't leave us, don't leave us. And they started to cry. And he said to them, don't be silly. Where could I go? That's like me saying, I'm selling my Dodge van, and you saying, don't leave, don't leave. I'm not leaving, I'm just selling my Dodge van. Could you imagine conceiving of death from that point of view? I have a project going, working with terminally ill people, and it's not, I take exception to Dr. Comfort's, some of his criticisms this morning of hospice and of Elizabeth Ross and so on. But it isn't their work. Their work, which I think is extremely admirable, which is an attempt to make dying more psychologically humane, to take it out of the clutches of the medical profession, which treats each death as a failure. and which puts you in a hospital, which is a temple to life, in which the only way to deal with death is denial. And I've had to sit through many horrendous moments in hospitals, sitting with somebody who's dying, where the doctors come in with a cheerful, "You're looking better," and then walk out in the corridor and say, "Won't live the night." And the person is surrounded by doctors, nurses, relatives, all of whom are so frightened of death. Ministers, rabbis, so frightened of death that there is a surrounding hysterical denial of the process, leaving the person at the moment when they need most to be able to share what's happening to them, a total void of that kind of compassion. And I'm sure most of you have seen those situations, and many of us have participated, not knowing quite what else to do. And the hospice movement has done an incredible amount to change the image of dying. They are doing for dying what home deliveries and so on, and bringing the husbands into the hospital during the deliveries is doing for birth. It's bringing it out of the closet. Suddenly we're getting over our Victorian uptightness. It's now suddenly true that human beings do not only eat, but they go to the toilet. Bet you never knew that. And they are born and they die. In India, it's very far out because it's all right up front. When somebody dies, they wrap them in a sheet, and sometimes in a little village, they'll put them in a rickshaw to take them to the burning guy. And there's a dead being sitting in a rickshaw on the way to the burning guy. And everybody salutes as he goes by, or she goes by on the way to the burning guy. And there's no, which we have, which is the minute the person dies, they disappear into the big void beyond. The sheet goes over, and the whole thing is covered, and denial starts immediately. So hospice is doing a great deal just by training people to be compassionate listeners and psychologically able to hang out with people who are dying without freaking. My own work is a little further out than that. My work is for people who say, "I would like to use my death as a vehicle for awakening. I would actually like to use the process of dying as a vehicle for awakening, since I have an understanding of the kinds of things you've been talking about." Now, you've got to understand that that tradition of using death in that way is understood by more people in the world today than there are who don't understand that. I mean, we're talking about China, we're talking about India, we're talking about Japan, we're talking about all of the Eastern countries, which population are many. So for such a person, one sits down and one is first very straight. There's no hiding, there's no deception of anything. Your own fear, out in the open. We share it very straight. But in addition, we are working on ourselves to create a space, an environment in which a person can experience the deeper parts of their beings. And when they get to one level of it, where time isn't, then there's no more death. Sometimes I just go and I sit in a room with somebody who's dying, and I merely sit there quietly with them. And they run all of their fear through me. And what comes back is peace. Because I don't have any fear of death that I can touch at the moment. To me, death is a process of just leaving what you thought you were. Not what you are, but what you thought you were. They run their fear through, and what comes back is peace, and they release a little bit. And then they run more fear through, and they get back peace. And they run more fear through, and they get back peace. Until you can just feel them. They're just like a flower, opening and extending and opening out. Until again and again, you're sitting with somebody who is in incredible pain and suffering, and you're saying, oh, it's so beautiful. I'm feeling such peace. And at the same moment, the ravages of cancer or extreme heart conditions or whatever, Hodgkin's disease. I was working with a boy who just died 2 weeks ago. And I would come in each time and he would be agitated and irritated. He had bed sores and there was a lot of pain and suffering. And I'd wash him and help change him and just be with him. But at the same moment, I was just being quiet inside my own being. In other words, I wasn't coming on to him. I wasn't saying you ought to go deeper in yourself. I wasn't hustling it. I was merely working on myself in his presence. The result of that was that very slowly he started to let go of identifying with the body, identifying with the pain, the psychological part, and started to experience just a spaciousness in which he could see death. Death comes, birth comes, life comes, growth comes. For you to be of any use to someone that is dying, for me to be of any use, there is one simple rule. You work on yourself. You don't work on the other person. We have a model that is so deeply ingrained in us often as professionals. You're healing someone else. You're doing for the old people. You're doing for the young people. You're doing for the dying people. I have a very simple rule in my life: work on myself. Because all I can offer to you or to a dying person or to a marital problem or to some child, I can only offer my being. And my being is the result of everything I've done in my life to get to where I am. That's all I have to offer. I have my love to offer. But if you can flip through those channels, that love is not conditional love. It's not based on individual differences. It's merely the love because you are seeing the divine plan made manifest again. Every moment of your life, once you understand the purpose of it, is your vehicle for awakening. This moment is your vehicle for awakening. If you're uncomfortable at this moment, okay, you're uncomfortable. Allow it. If you're fascinated, be fascinated. Allow it. Give it space. Give it space. Imagine a picture. And the picture is a picture of a cloud. And if the cloud fills the whole picture frame, all you see is the cloud. And you're totally immersed in the cloud. But allow a little teeny bit of blue sky around the edge of the cloud. And then imagine identifying with the blue sky instead of the cloud. From that point, you can say, cloud. The difference between I'm depressed or I'm depressed versus, wow, am I depressed? Or I'm depressed versus, look at that depression. Boy, I don't think I'll ever get through that one. Wow, that's a heavy one. Boy, that's the worst depression I've ever seen. I don't think people live through those kind. Now, the second kind I'm doing is showing the ability to keep a sense of humor in the middle of the depression. Well, if you've got a sense of humor, how depressed could you be? But that's the issue. It's the issue of the tiny bit of spaciousness that surrounds the identity with the happenings of life, the experiences of life. It is said in the spirit mystic literature, one to me is loss and gain. One to me is fame and shame. One to me is pleasure and pain. Meaning, there's fame. Oh, Ram Dass. Oh, that's fame. Ram who? Das, did you say? Don Das, yes. Right? Oh, you're that horrible guy that was, that's shame. Oh, you just won the lottery? That's gain. Wallet just stolen? Loss. Oh. Pleasure. Oh, my darling, come here. Oh, my leg hurts. In each one, they take you completely, get lost in it. I'm somebody who has a hurt leg. Versus here I am, and there's a leg that hurts. The predicament is that most of us don't want this kind of consciousness because we don't want to lose the rushes or the trips of life. We don't want to forego the romanticism. We don't want to forego the rush that comes from identifying with our own melodrama. And that kind of equanimity, that kind of quietness, that kind of spaciousness, that kind of presence, that kind of compassion for oneself and for all things, because from a quiet, clear place, you see how it all is without pushing or pulling. For it is only the non-attached mind that can truly appreciate how it is. Otherwise, you're just seeing the projections of your own desires. If you're hungry and you get down the street, you will notice restaurants. If your car is making a strange knock, you will notice gas stations. If you are horny, you will notice makeable people. And that is what your universe is full of. Because you and I are living in entirely different universes, because each individual is living in a universe created of selecting from the possible infinity of things, those things which lock in with your own desire system. So if you identify with a desire, that will determine what you see in the world. When you get to the point that you can allow a desire system without identifying with it, sure, I have lust. Sure, I have greed. Sure, I have fear. Sure, I have depression. But here I am. I am. I am, and there's an aging body, and I am, and there's depression, and I am, and there's hope, and I am, and there's planning, and I am, and there's death. How different the space. That's because the television channels, you're living on more than one of them simultaneously. You're starting to live on all of them all at once. There are some very heavy processes that occur at the time of death. And the Tibetan Buddhists, for example, understood that the meaning of life was the preparation for death. You were preparing to stay conscious through these incredibly heavy processes that happen. Heavy process, for example. A fellow called me the other day. His mother just died. He's a meditator. He's a Buddhist. Meditative person. He sat with her through the process. He said at first she protested, then she acquiesced. He said then it got to the point where she was too weak to eat, so I had to feed her. And he said that we made fun of that. We thought, well, I used to be the child, you used to feed me. Now you're the child and I'm feeding you. And that was kind of fun and playful. Then it got to the point where she lost her sphincter control and her bowel control, and I found myself carrying her to the toilet with her feces dripping down my leg. And that was a hard one for us. And then it got to the point where all of her unconscious processes started to rise to the surface, and I found in the middle of the night sometimes she would be calling to me, and I'd go over and she'd start to make love to me. And all of the edible stuff was coming up. And he said, and through it all, we still kept the thread. We still kept the thread of consciousness with one another. It's not the physical death that's so scary, it's the psychological death. It's the ceasing to be who you think you are. The thread was held. And I have been now with many people and just holding them as they die. And being right with them, looking in their eyes as the spirit just leaves, as they just leave, and the last breath occurs, and the eyes glaze over, and the being just leaves. And there's just a release, an opening. Because by the time they got to that moment, they were no longer clinging to that which dies. Don't be silly, where could I go? There's no more clinging to that which died. For who we are was, is, and will be. And these are just processes of transformation. Just like it's very hard for a prepubescent to understand the time will come when his baseball cards aren't that relevant. So the time will come when even our mortal coil isn't that relevant. I gave a scenario at the last workshop, and I like it because it's so explicit. It's a very heavy, far out one, but I'll give it to you anyway. If you will just imagine somebody who's died, and they died in the Western, I'll give you two people. One has died in the Western metaphor, see, so they're busy not dying. Doctor, save me, transplant me, implant me, do whatever you do, but don't let me die. But you're dead, and you die. And a voice says to you, hello. And you say, well, if I can hear a voice saying hello, I guess I didn't die. The voice says, no, you died. You say, well, I can't have died. And that's confusion. It's called purgatory in Christianity. And you just sort of hang in that place, and then you get reprogrammed into the next round. But now, as you go through incarnation after incarnation, on and on and on and on, somewhere along in the sequence of these, you begin to awaken just a little bit. And you get to the point where you begin to hear what I'm talking about. You begin to see, wow, far out, that's all that happens when you die. So as you're dying this time, instead of, doctor, you say, wow, this is going to be great. Here we go. Ready? Put on your safety belt. Here I go. Ready or not? Oh, wow. Ooh. Now you're done. You're dead. Somebody says hello, and you say hi. Okay. Now you're in a new predicament. You're still somebody. You're not nobody yet. You haven't finished your rounds of birth and death. So you're going to take another incarnation because you've got more stuff to do. You've got to go through more experiences. So you have a list of things you've got to go through. See? You say, gee, if I did it right, I could clean up all of these in one birth. All right. Let's see. If I took birth as a child in the poorest tribe in Africa, that would be good because I'd clean up that one. That was the one I got from being that king 60 births ago, and I misused that. Then let's see if I'll get raped when I'm 9. That'll be beautiful. That would take care of that one. See, and then I'll get syphilis at 13. I could die at 17 and clean the whole thing up. Far out. Okay. So now you've got a problem. You're all ready to do this. You've got your plan, and you put a little sign on you saying, "This is all just a scenario. This is reality." You put a sign on it, and the sign says, "I am somebody who wants to take this birth looking for 2 other people who need me." Karmically, like I need them, And the computers and all kinds of things happen, and within 1 million or 2 Earth years, something comes up. Doesn't matter, it's going on anyway. And these 2 people say, let's have a baby, or there's a moment of passion, and there you are. And as you're being born, you say to everybody, well, see you later. And you dive into birth, and you go, wah, wah, and you're a baby. Veil over. You were a baby. That's all your reality is, a baby. 9 years old, you're raped. 13, syphilis. 17, you die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You're dead. You come up and you see. Because it's, hi, back so soon. Right. Well, that cleaned up all those 5 now. Is that too gross for you? From where I'm sitting, I got to up-level it just one bit by just saying to you that since the reality that lies behind all these relative realities, there is no time, all your reincarnations are happening simultaneously. I mean, that's a little heavy to you, but you got to understand that it's not like it's spread out like Bridie Murphy, like you with that 40 years ago. It's all here now, all your information. So that when you get all done with the last one, you realize nothing happened anyway. I mean, I'm pushing your mind all over the place. If you could see the universe that way, what would be the difference in the meaning of death? Well, I'm finishing chapter 3. Now, I'm not saying that you should have a mind intellectual overlay that makes everything different that way, not a dishonest imposition of intellect. But for anybody that will subject themselves to simply sitting down quietly and learning how to quiet their mind by allowing the thoughts to come and go. Just as simple a thing as following your breath. Just take 2 minutes now. Bring your awareness to your breath. Just notice the breath. Either notice it going in and out of your nose, or notice it rising and falling in the middle of your abdomen. Pick one or the other and stay with it. Notice the breath going in. Notice the breath going out. And notice little transition points between the in-breath and the out-breath, and the out-breath and the in. Keep your awareness focused on your breath. Let the rest of the thoughts come and go, just like tiny little insects around a light. If you notice feelings in your body, notice them, and then let them go. If you are thinking about what this is all about, notice that thought, let it go. Come back to your breath. Breathing in, breathing out. The thought, we are sitting in a school auditorium in Orange County at a conference, a set of thoughts. Notice them. Let them go. Floating by like leaves on a stream. Thinking about the future, remembering the past. Thoughts coming, going. Bring your awareness back to your breath. Deeper, quieter. Follow the breath carefully. Follow the in-breath, the moment of turning, the out-breath, the moment of turning. The silence in the room, notice it. Let it go. Come back to the breath. The breath is the focal point. It's the primary object. The rest of the universe comes and it goes. Problems come into mind. Notice them. Bring your awareness back to your breath. Staying right in this place now. Don't move. That is the first method that you use in order to begin to be aware of who you are. You can do it anywhere, anytime. You don't need beads, you don't need priests, you don't need ashrams, you just need your breath. Because while you are following your breath, which is the doorway between form and formless, because between the in-breath and the out-breath, and the out-breath and the in-breath, there is space. Now let me give you one more exercise to find the whole other quality. Focus in the middle of your chest, just as if you had two nostrils, and breathe. Now, as if you were breathing in and out of the middle of your chest, let your nose or your mouth breathe in or out the oxygen. But imagine that your chest is simultaneously breathing in a very soft, very delicate mist. Breathe in, breathe out. When you breathe in, let that mist pour through your body. Let it pour up into your head, to your arms, to your torso, to your legs. And when you breathe out now, breathe out all of the heaviness, all of the tightness, all of the guardedness, all of the disappointment, all of the pain, the loneliness. And then once again, fill in the in-breath with this very, very soft mist. Let it wash through you just as if it were Drano, cleaning through all the tubes. When it dislodges something, a sadness, or a doubt, or a fear, just breathe it out. Breathe deeply. And then once you feel you have loosened as much of the stuff that holds you back from knowing who you are as you can at this moment, then become like a director of energy and take in this very fine mist, fill your being with it, and then breathe it out and send it towards those beings with your thoughts, send it towards those beings who suffer. Whether their suffering be physical, psychological, or spiritual. Just as if you were surrounding them with light. You were surrounding them with a loving space that said, do what you must do, but know that I am here with you. Use the power of your own thought and the openness of your heart to give life and love and space to all beings. get so that every in-breath is a blessing you receive. Every out-breath is a blessing you transmit. With those two exercises, following your breaths to quiet your mind, and breathing in and out of the heart, deepen your receiving of love and your compassion outward. You become an environment in which everybody you meet can grow. You become an environment of quietness, of non-judgment, of love, of presence. For you to share the higher channels of consciousness, you must know them in your own being, not with your intellect, but with your being. When Gandhi was on a train that was leaving the station, a reporter rushed up to him and said, "Mahatmaji, would you give me a message to take back to my people?" And Gandhi said, he scribbled on a piece of paper, "My life is my message." To die consciously, you must live consciously. To live consciously, you must have the courage to go inside yourself to find out who you really are. To understand that behind all of the masks of individual differences, you are a being of beauty, of love, of awareness. When Christ said the kingdom of heaven was within, he wasn't just putting you on. When Buddha said each person is the Buddha, he was saying the same thing. Till you can allow your own beauty, your own dignity, your own being, you cannot free another. So if I were giving people one instruction, I would say work on yourself. Have compassion for yourself. Allow yourself to be beautiful. And all the rest will follow. If there are any pressing questions, I'll be happy to answer. Yes?
A question is asked about the existence of beings on other planets in our universe.
Well, I think that there are many planes of reality, and there are many beings that exist on planes other than the physical plane of reality. I think you're asking a question about the physical plane, about the physical universe, beings on other planets. I know nothing about any of that. I do know that there are beings living on other planes of consciousness and that this is merely another plane, so that you could look at planet Earth, or the physical plane, not Earth, the physical plane, as a certain kind of training ground for people who have certain kinds of work to do. Buddha talked about them as being beings that had one of the 5 hindrances. That those were the people that took birth on the physical plane, because they needed the kind of grossness of the sandpaper of the experiences of the physical plane to do the certain kind of purification. So, and he said that the 5 hindrances were lust and greed was one of them. That's just one. Hatred and ill will, agitation, sloth and torpor, inertia, and doubt. And that if you didn't have one of those 5, you didn't take birth on this plane, you took birth on another plane. So that's who we are to begin with, which makes us rather a colorful lot. And so in that sense, there is that this is the earth, and there are other planes that are what are called the heavenly planes. There are all these lokas or planes. In almost every tradition you find these things. And they are all equally as much the projections of desire systems, just subtler and subtler ones all the time. And so beings take birth here and then take birth on other planes. But in answer to your question, I think about the physical universe. I don't know. I don't. The question was, would I have been open to the Eastern mystical tradition had I not had such extensive experience with psychedelic chemicals? The answer is that I probably would not have. However, somebody who is now young in this culture now would be able to. In other words, at that time I would have, now I might. If I wasn't so encrusted and closed in by the time I'm 47 and have bought a model so tightly that I don't have any space, then I wouldn't be able to hear it now. But now the environment is supportive of hearing this message, while 15 years ago it was not. I think that the psychoanalysis was useful. I'm sure everything in my life has been useful. I mean, I look back on all my experiences now, ones that when I was in the middle of them, I thought, oh, nobody's been cursed like I've been cursed. And then I look back now and say, wow, so that's what that was about. Well, look at what I learned from that. Isn't that interesting? Right? I tend to think of psychotherapy now as sort of like body and fender repair work. It isn't the essence of my being, but it's good to keep, you got to honor the whole organism and the personality and the body as well. My diets, all of that stuff is ways of honoring the container I'm in, if you will, which includes my personality. But what happens is that as you start to break the identification to the grosser planes and start to identify with higher and higher awareness in yourself, you find that the individual differences that before were a problem for you are no longer a problem. They are merely a definition of your uniqueness. So that I would say that my neuroses didn't go away. I just made them my friends. Okay. They're just kind of irrelevant. They're irrelevant friends to have around. Okay. I'm just as neurotic as I ever was. Right? Yes.
This is a question about the relationship between creativity and mental health.
Well, I didn't hear Dr. May yesterday, but I do feel that the Western model of creativity is based on neurosis, and that there is a whole other way to understand creative act, which means, for example, Bach was amazingly non-neurotic, and he certainly was a prolifically creative being, and so have been many creative beings with very little anxiety. And I understand creativity the way I understand it is, just as Einstein said, I did not arrive at my understanding of the basic laws of the universe through my rational mind. Rather, he went inward into a higher way of knowing, an intuitive space, another plane of consciousness in which the universe is. Outside of time, it just all is. And then as he comes back from that, what's called a mystical experience, he comes back in, and then his training as a physicist leads him to take that non-conceptual thing and conceive of it into physics. And so Bach goes into these spaces and comes back, and he hears the whole symphony. It's all there, just like that. And then he just comes back and writes it out. So that my feeling is much less that we are learning versus we are remembering. My feeling is much less that we create rather than we tune to. As far as I'm concerned, the entire universe is within us. We merely have to quiet down enough to hear who we are. And as you become more conscious and less mechanical in the sense of being identified with the things which are within law, like body and personality, which are within deterministic law. As you move into pure awareness, you are freer in that sense, and out of you, every act becomes a creative amalgam of all of the things in the universe. That's what Taoism is about. That's when you see a monk, you can see the way he walks is a creative act. The way he washes a dish is a creative act. His calligraphy is the creative act. You can see just in the form of the movement of the hand, the creative act. It isn't now I'll be creative. It's just a creative way of living. It's a way that's in flow with things around you. And that's what that breathing is about. It's about opening you up until you just become part of the force or the flow of the universe. And there's where creativity is from where I'm sitting.
This is a question about how chakras work.
The chakras, or psychic energy foci in the body, of which there are 7 in the body and there are some over the head, are a way of conceiving of the process of transformation of consciousness via the route of focusing on energy. Okay? Working with the kundalini or the shakti or the energy or the prana or whatever you want to call it. That's one route of doing it. Okay? Like if you're climbing a mountain, you could take the southern route or the northern route or the eastern route or the western route. One route will be meditation. You could just sit down and follow your breath. And in the course of that, all your chakras will open and all the energy will flow and it will all happen. All you did was follow your breath. Or you could do breathing exercises and bring the energy up your spine, the sushumna. Another method, the south route. Or you could do service. My route is service, of love and service. I mean, my daily life is my vehicle of coming to God. You are my exercise on myself. That's my vehicle. And I am yours. So that's karma yoga. Okay. So it's just another route through. And it is a way. It's a very beautiful way, but it's only another route. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me back there? Can you hear me in the back? Okay. So we gather again and again to reassure ourselves about who we are and how it is. Perhaps who we aren't and how it is. Because we get so caught in thinking we're somebody doing something, going somewhere, or there's something to do. I don't think I'm going to be giving the beginner's lecture tonight. I think I'll just let go because I just looked at you all as you came in. And you're me, and I'm just going to talk to myself. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, just listen with your heart. It's okay. The words are completely confusing. Just assume I'm totally insane. I guess we haven't evolved to the point where we really can spend a whole evening just being silent together. It's a lecture. It's interesting that in the silence is really the answer to the mystery. The words just keep your minds quiet, our minds quiet, so that our hearts can hear each other. Because we're really here to acknowledge and honor our hearts. Not necessarily our emotional, romantic heart, not necessarily our anatomical heart, but the sin, the heart mind.
Did people try to kill you? Yes. Did people try to kill you?
You and I were so well trained, we were so well socialized to be somebody. Our parents told us who we were. Our schools told us who we were. The culture told us who we were. If you just ask the question, who am I? Every answer you give is really a lie. Because it's a concept. It's a limiting condition. It's a prison. I'm Richard. I'm a man. I'm 55 years old. I'm an Aries. I'm a seeker after truth. I'm a lusty, greedy, doubting, agitated person. I'm depressed. I'm happy. I'm overwhelmed by it all. I'm responsible. I'm laid back. I'm confused. I'm hurt. I'm suffering. I'm almost for fun.
So what are you? A believer?
I am the Spirit. I am God. I am the One. I am. Every one of them is relatively real. It's sort of real. But it isn't all real. And who you are is at least all of those. Do you ever notice how many eyes there are each day for you? There's the eye that wakes up. There's the eye that needs to go to the bathroom. There's the hungry eye. There's all the different eyes you go through each day. Thousands and thousands of little images of yourself. And one hardly knows another. I can be walking down the street so holy, so connected to spirit, and I see somebody that arouses my prurient interest, it's called. And suddenly I am Mr. Horny. And my whole mind has dropped. And all my love of us is turned into object. And under those conditions, I'll use anything. Wouldn't you like to come up and see my holy pictures? I'm Ram Dass, let me help you. And who I was a moment ago is horrified by this person. This person would screw that one on the wall to get what it wants. We are all thousands of these beings. And they're a loose confederation that we call our ego. They are all sort of organized around a structure. You say, that's me. That's me in all my many facets.
Chicago.
Exactly. Hi, it's her.
Mr. Beast!
It's an inner joke. And we learn in all these self-images, they're concepts we have about ourselves. And they are so fascinating to us, and they are so efficient for getting us through the world, this plane, that we don't hear the whisper of the other parts of our being. They kind of get lost in the shuffle of efficiency, of keeping it together on this plane. And everybody gets really grounded. They all know their zip codes, they have a job, they get their act together, they get their laundry done, the oil changed, pay your taxes, you keep it together. But have you ever noticed that even when you're doing it extremely well, you feel a little trapped? You feel a little bit like you're being had by the universe. It's interesting, people work to realize the fantasies of the culture. If you get educated, get a degree, get a good job, have a family, get a home, get insurance, have a car that works, you get it all, you're going to be happy. But if you notice how you get sucked into, this is great, but if only it's like this hot tub, there's a squeal in the sounds. This hot tub is magnificent, but wouldn't it be better with some perfume oil? Let's have some incense. Wine would be great in the tub. Music would add. And you just keep adding one thing after a partner. Now we're getting closer. And you have moments when you say, this is it, this is enough. I got it. And then it goes through your hands like slish. And a moment later, well, what do we do now? So it's, let's go to dinner. Wow, that's good. Let's get an ice cream cone. You're eating ice cream cone. Want to go to the movies? We go to the movies. Let's get a piece of pizza. Let's get that late television show. Let's make love. I'm exhausted, let's go to sleep. And you start all over again the next day. And it's always that, have you ever noticed it? I mean, am I alone in this? It's that constant, like, the mind is always living just, if only, as soon as, if, then.
Give you a basic introduction to Mahayana Buddhism. The kind of Buddhism that is found in China and Japan, and the kind of Buddhism of which Zen Buddhism in particular is a subsect. And we are rather particularly concerned with Zen, since it has had such a fundamental influence in the shaping of Japanese culture and the arts of Japan. And since we are in the course of this informal tour going to be visiting a good deal of Zen monasteries and seeing a great deal of Zen formed works of art, architecture, and so on. So I want to lead now tonight from Buddhism in general, or Mahayana Buddhism in general, to Zen in particular. Now, Zen plays a little game with you. Whenever anybody like myself or Dr. Suzuki talks about Zen, all the other people say, because they talk about it, they don't understand it. Those, in the words of Lao Tzu, who know do not say. Those who say do not know. And yet he said that. He wrote a book of several 80 chapters or so to explain the Tao and the Dao, its power, and nobody can help themselves. They've got to talk. Human beings are a bunch of chatterboxes. And when we've got something in our minds that we want to talk about, we talk. Now, poetry, though, is the great language, because poetry is the art of saying what can't be said. Every poet knows this. They're trying to describe the indescribable, and every poet also knows that nothing is describable. Whether you take some sort of ineffable mystical experience at one extreme, or whether you take an ordinary rusty nail at the other, nothing is really describable. In the words of the famous Count Korzybski, whatever you say something is, it isn't. We used to have a professor at Northwestern who would produce a match booklet in front of his class and would say to them, "What is it?" And they would say, "Match booklet." He'd say, No. Match booklet is a noise. Is this a noise? What is it? And so to answer this, he'd throw it at them. That's what it is. So in this way, you see, nothing can really be described. And yet, on the other hand, we all know perfectly well what we mean when we talk. If you shared an experience with somebody else, then of course you can talk about it. We can all talk about fire and air and water and wood because we know what it is. And there's no mystery. So in the same way, when it comes to discussing something so esoteric as Zen, it can be discussed. Only Zen people play games with each other. They play little tricks. They test each other out by saying to somebody, I remember when I met Paul Reps for the first time, who wrote that lovely book, Zen Flesh and Zen Bones. And he said to me, "Well," he said, "you've written quite a number of books by now. You must think you're pretty fancy." I said, "I haven't said a word." This is simply a Zen game. And people sort of feel each other out. There's a poem which says, "When two Zen masters meet each other on the road, they need no introduction. Thieves recognize one another instantaneously." So now, having got that off my chest, to say then, if I were to give you a really proper and really and truly educated talk about Zen, I would gather you around here and sit here in silence for 5 minutes and leave. And in a way, this would be a much more direct exposition of it than what I'm going to do instead, which is talk about it. Only I have a feeling that you would feel that you were disappointed and somewhat cheated by this kind of behavior if I just left in 5 minutes silence. So then, this word Zen is Japanese way of pronouncing the Chinese word Chan, which in turn is the Chinese way of pronouncing the Sanskrit word dhyana. And dhyana is a very difficult word to translate into English, if not impossible. It's been called meditation. Meditation in English generally means sitting quietly and thinking about something. And that's not what Zen is. Contemplation might come a little nearer if you use the word in a very technical sense, the sense that it was used, or still is used, among Catholic mystics. Perhaps that's something a bit like Zen. But again, contemplation, as we normally use the word, has a sense of inactivity, a sense of not doing anything, of being completely still and passive, whereas Zen is something highly active. So we really don't have an English word for jhana, Chan, Zen. But I would say that we do know what it is because we do all sorts of things every day of our lives in the spirit. When, for example, you drive a car, most Americans, at any rate, drive cars since they were teenagers and are very expert drivers. And when they drive a car, they don't think about it. They're one with the car. Or when a rider of a horse is one being with the horse, when you watch a good cowboy or a cavalry rider, he's glued to the horse. He's like a centaur almost. As the horse moves, he moves. Which is in control? Is the horse riding the man or the man riding the horse? You practically don't know. Same way when you have an excellent dancing partner. Who leads? Who follows? It seems as if you are one body and you move together. That is Zen, that is jhana. And so in a wider sense, when a person doesn't react to life, on the one hand, or try to dominate it on the other, but when the internal world of one's own organism and the external world of other people and other things move together as if they were and indeed are one and the same motion, that is Zen. So you could say in a very, very simple way that the real concern of Zen is to realize, not merely to think, but to know in your bones that the inside world inside your skin and the outside world outside your skin, going out as far as anything can go into galaxies beyond galaxies, is all one world and all one being, oneself, and you're it. And once you know that, then you have completely abolished all the problems that arise as a result of feeling that you're a stranger in the world, that you're set down in the middle of a hostile and alien domain of nature or people who are not you. This whole sense of estrangement, foreignness to the world is overcome in Zen. Now, let me illustrate this a little before we go into Zen in any kind of technical way by a few rather superficial but nevertheless significant facts out of Japanese culture and the place of Zen in Japanese culture. Japanese culture is, as you may have noticed, or was, as you may have noticed, extraordinarily ritualistic. There is a right way of doing everything, a good form, a proper style. And nowhere is this more apparent than in such practices as the tea ceremony, or arranging flowers, or knowing how to dress, or knowing how to organize a formal dinner. The punctiliousness, the skill of these people in doing these things is quite remarkable. But in the same measure as they are very skillful at doing these things, they're very worried about it. The whole question, for example, of bringing presents to somebody else. Have they given us more than we've given them? Did we remember this occasion? Did we remember that occasion? These weigh very heavily on the Japanese soul. the debt which you owe to your parents, the debt which you owe to your country and to your emperor. Immeasurable, infinite debt never can be paid. All these weigh very heavily. And therefore, in Japan, until the sort of breakaway of modern youth with its westernized ideals, this is a very nervous culture, concerned about whether one is playing the ritual correctly. A culture like that needs an outlet, needs a safety valve, needs a way out of this thing. And Zen provides just that. And so, by contrast, when you meet a Japanese who is thoroughly trained in Zen, he is a different kind of personality altogether from ordinary Japanese. He is, in manners, not studiedly courteous, nor is he brusque, but he's simply at ease. He gives you his whole attention, so long as you give him your whole attention. If you start wandering and frittering, he's got work to do and he promptly leaves. But so long as you are wanting to talk to him, he is there for you and for nobody else. And he sits down, and he really sits. You know, he doesn't worry about whether he ought to be somewhere else. And so unable to sit with complete serenity in one place. You know, if you have half an idea that you ought to be worrying about something out in the garden, or that you ought to be cooking dinner, or that you ought to be down in your office or something, you can't sit where you are. You're not really there. You're a kind of gas balloon that keeps wanting to wander off. But these people, when you see, as you meet people connected with Zen, even sometimes the most neophyte, novice of a priest, has this atmosphere of knowing how to live in the present and not to be fidgety and giggly and worrying about whether he's done the right thing. But that's very much Zen style. Even though at the same time, the Zen people do have a very exacting and demanding discipline. The function of this discipline is rather curious. It's to enable you to be comfortable. It's to enable you, for example, to sleep on a concrete sidewalk on a cold, wet night and enjoy it. To relax completely under any situation of hardship. You see, ordinarily, when you sit you're out in the cold, you start shivering. Why? Because you're resisting the cold. You're tightening your muscles against the cold, and you get the staggers. But you were taught, if you learn Zen discipline, not to do that. Take it easy. Go with the cold. Relax. And all those monks in those monasteries here, they're as cold as hell in winter. And they simply sit there most of the time, and we would be frozen to death and miserable and have influenza and the Great Siberian Air. But they simply relax and learn how to take the cold. So there's nothing about Zen discipline which is masochistic. It isn't to beat your body because your body's bad and there's a creation of the devil or something. It has nothing to do with that. It is how to be comfortable under all circumstances. But that again is something rather incidental to the main question of Zen. As I said, the Zen people, as you meet them and as you get to know their style of personality, are at ease in a culture that is not at ease. In a culture that is chronically concerned with protocol. And is it just right? That is indeed a terribly self-conscious culture. Where everybody is always watching themselves. And having therefore second thoughts about everything. And so the discipline of Zen is to enable you to act without watching yourself. We would say unself-conscious. But Japanese are as terrified of this as we are. They think, and we think, if I don't watch myself, I'll make a mistake. If I don't hold a club over myself, I'll cease to be civilized and become a barbarian. If I don't discipline myself with all sorts of down on those passions of yours, you will become like the monk of Siberia who burst from his cell and devoured the Father Superior. So this basic mistrust and so on in one's own spontaneity makes us wonder that if the Zen people are really spontaneous and they don't plan and premeditate and hold clubs over themselves, well, they become very, very dangerous people socially. Well, they go out and rape their mothers and daughters and murder their grandmothers to inherit their fortunes and so on and so forth. And Zen people just don't do that. And yet they are perfectly spontaneous. So then, let me try then and indicate how this discipline called Zen actually works. This will involve a little bit of letting the cat out of the bag, but can be helped. Let's go back to what I told you was fundamental to Buddhism. Buddhism is unlike other religions in that it does not tell you anything. It doesn't require you to believe in anything. Buddhism is a dialogue. And what are called the teachings of Buddhism are nothing more than the opening phrases or opening exchanges in the dialogue. Buddhism is a dialogue between the Buddha and an ordinary man, or rather someone who insists on defining himself as an ordinary man, and thereby creates a problem. I quoted you this morning our saying that anybody who goes to a psychiatrist ought to have his head examined. And in exactly the same way, in this culture, anybody who goes to a guru, a spiritual teacher, or a Zen master, or whatever, ought to have his head examined. Or as the old Chinese master Tokuzan put it, if you ask any question, you get 30 blows with my stick. If you don't ask any question, you get 30 blows just the same. In other words, what the hell are you doing around here? Defining yourself as a student and defining me as a teacher. In other words, you have raised the problem. And in the way of training of Zen, this is very clearly emphasized. If you go to a Zen teacher and you approach him in the traditional way, the first thing he will do is to say, I haven't anything to teach. Go away. Well, you say, what are these people doing around here? Aren't they your students? They say, well, they're working with me, but unfortunately, we are very poor these days. We don't have enough rice really to go around and make ends meet. And we can't take on anybody else in this community. So you have to insist to be taken in. Every postulant for Zen training assumes immediately that the teacher has given him the brush off in order to test his sincerity. In other words, if you really want this thing, you've got to work for it. That isn't the real point. The point is that you've got to make such a fuss to get in that you cannot withdraw gracefully after having made such a fuss to get in. Because you put yourself on the spot and you define yourself as somebody needing help or as somebody with a problem who needs a master in order to be helped out of the problem. So then when you've done this, in the old days, of course, and it's still a formal rule among the Zen monasteries here, that when you're a postulant and you want to come in, you have to sit outside at the gate for a week or maybe only 5 days in a position of supplication with your head on bowed down on the steps. And they let you in at night because they must give hospitality to any wandering monk, but you expect not to go to sleep any of those 5 nights, but to sit there in meditation. And they give you food. But you sit and you sit and you sit there and you make a damn fool of yourself, saying, I insist on getting into this thing. I insist on learning. I want to know what the secret of this master here is. And he's told you from the start that he doesn't have a secret and that he doesn't teach anything. But you insist that he does. See, that is the situation of everybody who feels that life is a problem to be solved. Whether you want psychoanalysis, whether you want integration, whether you want salvation, whether you want Buddhahood, whatever it is you define yourself as wanting, you created the problem. What is the real problem that everybody brings to these teachers? What is it all about? It's basically this, isn't it? Teacher, I want to get one up on the universe. I feel a stranger in this world. I feel that it's a problem in that having a body means that I am subject to disease and change and death. Having emotions and passions means that I am tormented by feelings which I can't help having, and yet it's not reasonable to act on those feelings without creating trouble. I feel trapped by this world, and so I want to get the better of it. And is there some wise man around who is a master of life and who can teach me to cope with all this? So that's what everybody's looking for in a teacher. The man who is the savior and who can show you how to cope with it. The Zen teacher says, I don't have any answers. Nobody believes that because he seems to be so competent. When you look at it, you can't believe that he has no answers. And yet that's the consistent teaching of Zen, that it has nothing to say and nothing to teach. The great Chinese master of the Tang dynasty, called Lin Ji in Chinese or Rinzai in Japanese, said Zen is like using a yellow leaf to stop a child crying. A child is crying for gold, and the father takes an autumn leaf that's yellow and says, go. Or he said it's like using an empty fist to deceive a child. See, you've got a closed fist, and you say to the child, what have I got here? And the child says, let me see. Oh, put your fist behind your back. And the child becomes more and more excited to know what the devil's in that fist. And fights and fights and fights, and finally is practically in tears. And then suddenly you finally open the fist and there's nothing inside. So in exactly the same way, the person who is under the impression that there is something that we ought to get. See, all this is dressed up in a big way. To be a Buddha, to know the answer, to finally solve the problem, to get the message, to get the word, or however you put it. In other words, to be in control of your fate and of the world. Would you like it? If you could have it? And so all these powers are projected upon the Zen master. He is a Buddha. He is a master of life. And if he is, the reason why he is that he has discovered the unreality of the whole problem. And so all these powers are projected upon the Zen master. He is a Buddha. He is a master of life. And if he is, the reason why he is that he has discovered the unreality of the whole problem. There is not life on the one hand and you on the other. It's all the same. But you see, you can't tell people that. And just by telling, get them to see it. Just in exactly this way, the people who know that the earth is flat can't be reasoned with. People who believe that the Bible is the literal word of God, absolutely impossible to reason with them at all, because they know it is so. So in the same way, we tend to know that we are all separate, poor little me, and that we are in need of salvation or something. And we know that it's so. And so somebody says, well, you're not really that. You know that that feeling of separateness is an illusion. Well, it's all very nice in theory, but I don't feel it. So what will you do? What will you do with a person who is convinced that the earth is flat? No way of reasoning with him. If it's for some reason important that he discovered that the earth is round, you've got to play a game with him. You've got to play a trick on him. You tell him, great, the earth is flat. Let's go and look over the edge. Wouldn't that be fun? Of course, if we're going to look over the edge of the earth, we must be very, very careful that we don't go round in circles, or we'll never get to the edge. So we've got to go along consistently, along a certain line of latitude westwards. And then we're going to come to the edge of the earth, just so long as we're consistent. In other words, in order to convince a flat earthist that the world is round, you've got to make him act consistently on his own proposition and go consistently westwards to find the edge of the world. Now, at last, by going consistently westwards, he comes back to the place where he started, he's been convinced that the earth is at least cylindrical. And he may believe you, then take it on faith that if he goes along a line of longitude, the same thing will happen. But you see, what you did was to make him persist in his folly. Now that's the whole method of Zen. To make people become perfect egotists. And so explode the illusion of the separate ego. So what happens? In effect, then, in the discipline of Zen, when you finally convince the master that you are stupid enough to be accepted as a student, because you've persisted and because you've defined yourself as someone having a problem, he has warned you well in advance that he has nothing to teach. But he says, now I will ask you a question. There are many ways of asking this question, but they all boil down to one common theme, and that is, who are you? You say you have a problem. You say you would like to get out of the sufferings of life. You say you would like to get one up on the universe. I want to know who's asking this question. Show me you. And only they put it in such ways as, before your father and mother conceived you, what was your original nature? Questions like that. And they'll say, now, look, I want to be shown. I don't want a lot of ideas about who you are. I don't want to know who you are in terms of a social role. You know, that you have such degrees or you have such professional qualifications and such a name and such a family. Well, that's the past. I want to see you genuinely now. It's like saying to a person, now, don't be self-conscious. See? I want you right this minute to be completely sincere. Come on now. Well, nothing is better calculated to make a person incapable of sincerity. Because when relatives come and aunts and uncles and there's a little child and they want to review this child and see it, and the parents say to the child, darling, come on now and play first. See, and the poor child is completely nonplussed. Doesn't know what to do. Because you cannot play on demand. Now, what is the Zen teacher doing in saying to a person, you must answer this question by coming before me in fact, a rather formal situation. The kind of context in which a Zen master interviews his students is very formal. And there he sits, a sort of enthroned tiger. He's definitely in this culture a sensei, authority figure. And so he's the last kind of person you can be spontaneous with. Because you feel that he knows you through and through. And that, you know, have you ever read that story of Von Kleist about a man who has a fight with a bear? The bear is a mind reader and always knows what move he's going to make. So that the man can never conquer the bear unless he makes a move which he doesn't think about first. How will you do that? And they get the same feeling with relationship to a Zen master. You feel that he is absolutely aware of everything phony about you. That he reads you like a book. But that you can't find a way of being not phony. Think about this a little. You see, it's we can arrange a group session, and this is a little game that's being played by lots of people. It's a kind of psychotherapy. We can arrange a group session in which the gimmick is this, that when anybody says anything or does anything, the group or some section of the group challenges its sincerity and says, why are you coming on so strong? Are you trying to dominate us? And you see, anything that you do can be interpreted in that way. Because the moment a group of people starts making comments on its own behavior, it is setting up a situation within the group which is analogous. Say in a TV studio, to turning the camera on the monitor. So when we start thinking about thinking, being aware of being aware, this is what is called in Japanese the observing self. I watch myself all the time. See? You in a hopeless mess. But this is the price that human beings pay for having become self-conscious. Anxiety and guilt. Anxiety because, am I sure that I thought this out sufficiently carefully? When I left the house, did I turn off the gas stove? And incidentally, I remember turning it off, but can I trust my memory? I'm beginning to think about memory now, and I wonder if I can trust it. Maybe I better go back and look. I went back and I looked. But did I really see? I'm thinking about my sight and whether this is quite authentic. Did I look properly? Because you know how the unconscious can alter your senses. And so I better go and look again. See, soon now I've got into a sort of vicious circle where I'll never get away from the house. All this sort of getting mixed up is the penalty we pay for the advantageous gift of being able to know that we know. There was a young man who said, though, it seems that I know that I know. What I would like to see is the I that knows me when I know that I know that I know. And so this is the Zen trick. It's to put you into this situation in a very crucial way. To think about, thinking about, thinking about, thinking about. Or just the same thing, to make a very strong effort not to think. That's Zazen. Sit, let your senses operate, and be responsive to whatever there may be around, but don't think about it. But now this is already thinking. I'm thinking about not thinking. How will I stop thinking about not thinking? So there you are. See, you're all caught up. It's like somebody came to you and they put tar in one hand, or molasses, feathers in the other, slapped the two hands together, rubbed them around, and said, now pick off the feathers. So you see what happens. The teacher is well aware that he's played this trick on you. And he's going to see what will happen if you act, and he's going to help you to act consistently on this foolishness. Now, you see what he's done is he simply made a special case of what society does to us all anyhow. And this is true of most cultures. The high cultures of the world, whether they're of the East or whether they're of the West, play a game on every new member. They don't know they're playing this game because their forefathers played it on them. And they're still its hopeless victims. The game is called the double bind. And the formula under whose auspices everybody comes into this world is as follows. You are required to do something which will be acceptable only if you do it voluntarily. You must love me. You must go to sleep. You must be natural. You must be free. Listen to that. You must be free. Now what happens, you see? Society, the community into which every child enters, defines the child. We know who we are as other people react to us. So the other people say to us, you're an independent agent. You're responsible. You are a freely acting individual. But this is a commandment. And we obey it because we can't help it. Child has no way of criticizing this or of seeing there's something phony about it. So the child has to be free because he is commanded to be so by the community. Now then, the community sets itself a problem. Having defined the child as an independent agent, and having got the child to believe that he's an independent agent because he isn't. In other words, he wouldn't believe this if he were independent. It then has trouble getting him to behave as the community wants him to behave. So they feel that there's something ornery about all children. They're born in original sin, and they're refractious and so on. Of course they are, because they've been defined in a self-contradictory way. So when the community says to a person, you must be free, or when we are in a family relationship in which the members of the family are saying to each other, you must love me, it's your duty to love me, what a bunch of rot. Supposing one day you get up and you say to your wife, darling, do you really love me? And she replies, well, I'm trying my very best to do so. Is that the answer you wanted? No. You wanted her to say, darling, I can't help loving you. I love you so much I could eat you. You don't want her to try to love you. Yet that is what you put on people in almost any marriage ceremony. That you shall love this person. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. This is a double bind. And anybody who lives under the dominance of a double bind lives in a state of chronic frustration, because he is devoting his whole life to solving a meaningless, nonsensical problem. Let's take the double bind that is the deepest of all. You must go on living. Now, living is a spontaneous process. And to say to it, you must happen, is exactly the same thing as saying to any kind of creative artist, you must come through with good. Tonight you must give the superb performance, and above all you must be unself-conscious. Well, this is being done to us all the time. And the object of the Zen discipline is that instead of doing this to people unconsciously, as parents do it and as teachers do it, children, and as the children's peers do it to their own peer members, in Zen, the double bind is put on you deliberately, knowing how stupid it is. The teacher is well aware of everything he's doing and what tricks he's playing on you, because he has behind it all the compassionate intent of getting you into such a fierce double bind that you will see how stupid it is. So then, what happens is this. He gives you the double bind. Be genuine. I want to see you do something that is the real you. I had a friend who was studying Zen, and he was given some koan like this to work on. And when he was one day going for his interview, he walked through the garden that connected the Sodo, or the monks' study quarters, with the master's place, and there was a big bullfrog. Bullfrogs in this country are rather tame, people don't eat them. And so he swept up the bullfrog and dropped it into the sleeve of his kimono. And when he got in front of the teacher to answer the koan, that is to say, to do spontaneously produce his genuine self, he produced the bullfrog. And the teacher looked at it and shook his head and said, too intellectual. Well, as we might say, too contrived, too studied. That's not yet you. Now, do you see the bind in this? It's like being told that everything is all right at this moment so long as you don't think of a green elephant. So try not to think of the green element. Okay? Now, as he works at this, as he tries to produce the genuine you, the teacher really strings him out on this and makes him work and work and work over a period of many months until he comes to the point of seeing this. There is nothing you can do to be genuine. The more you do, the phonier you are. But at the opposite extreme, there is nothing you can not do. That is to say, you cannot give up trying to be genuine. You can't relax, and be completely passive and say, well, let's forget about it. Let's think about practical matters and forget all these spiritual concerns. The moment you do that, your abandonment of trying is itself an insidious form of trying. For example, there's a very interesting Hindu teacher by the name of Krishnamurti that many of you may know about. And he tells people, that all their religious inquiry, their yoga practices, their reading religious books and so on, is nothing but a form of perpetuating one's egocentricity, but on a very refined and highbrow level. So he gets a kind of disciple who studiously avoids reading any kind of philosophical or edifying book. They are reduced to reading mystery stories. And they become devoted non-disciples. See, what a clever bind that is. It's the same as the Zen technique. You can't, in other words, let go of your, we've seen, my point was at the beginning, we saw that the way of Buddhism is to let go of yourself, to see that you live in a universe in which nothing can be grasped. Therefore, stop grasping. So here's the problem. I come and say to the teacher, teach me not to grasp. He'll say, why do you want to know? And he shows you that the reason why you want to stop grasping is that it's a new form of grasping. You feel that you will beat the game by being unattached. See, it's horrible to grieve when somebody you love dies. So maybe by being unattached to that person, I can avoid grief. It's a bit cold, isn't it? Maybe, you see, by not having an ego, when life comes and bangs on me, if there's nobody there, it'll be all right. So that's why I want non-ego state. That's phony. All this is a new way of safeguarding and protecting the ego. So this is the way in which Buddhism is a dialogue. So you see, if you go back to fundamental primitive Buddhism, people say to the Buddha, I want to escape from suffering. Perfectly honest statement. All right? Realize that suffering is caused by desire. Try not to desire. So the student goes away and tries to eliminate desires by controlling his mind and practicing yoga. Comes back to the teacher and says, it's pretty difficult. But I have managed at least to get rid of some desires. The teacher says to him, but you're still desiring to get rid of desire. What about that one? And then the student sees that if he strives to stop desiring to get rid of desire, but then he's got to stop desiring to get rid of not desiring to desire. And suddenly he finds himself once more with molasses in one hand and feathers in the other. absolutely tied up in a vicious circle. So he realizes there is nothing I can do about it, and there's nothing I can not do about it. And this predicament in Zen is called a mosquito trying to bite an iron bull. A position of such psychic extremity that nothing can be done about it. Now the point here is, what does this situation mean? When you find yourself in that kind of a trap, what's the meaning of the trap? Why, that's very simple. If there's nothing you can do, and also nothing you cannot do about a given situation, it means that you are phony. And in other words, what we call a separate ego isn't there. Of course it can't do anything, because it is not an agent. And by virtue of the fact that it can't do anything, equally, it can't not do anything. It's completely phony. So what has happened is, to expose the fiction of there being a separate ego, either to force its actions upon the world, or to have the actions of the world forced upon it as a puppet. This thing just doesn't exist, except as a figment of the imagination, or except as a game rule. Let's pretend everybody is responsible, is independent, is separate. Sure, that's a great game, but it's a game. And so, the whole object of this Zen dialogue between the teacher and the student is to carry that game of being the separate ego to its logical conclusion, to its reductio ad absurdum. So that, as Blake said, the fool who persists in his folly will become wise.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Miami seems like a good place to reflect upon greed. I was watching a baby feed, a very young infant feed. Now that's pure greed. Pure greed. It's just, there is no self-consciousness about it at all. And then we get socialized, and we mix greed with a liberal dosage of guilt and shame to control our greed. Then later we mix it with rationalizations, a rational structure to control our greed using our intellect. So when we are a controlled greed instrument, we are called socializing. We still have the greed. We still want what we want when we want it. Because when we're getting just what we want when we want it, we have a certain feeling of, yeah, right on. You know when you're really thirsty and there's no water and you got a long distance to go and you finally get to a point where there's a cool glass of water. Ooh. Or you need to go to the bathroom and you're on a long bus trip. That moment of getting just what it is that you wanted. It's a moment when you merge. You were somebody wanting the water. It's like with sex, it's very clear. You want the orgasm. You think, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. And then there it goes, there it goes, there it goes. But at the moment, nobody's thinking anything. Nobody's thinking, this is it. There isn't anybody there to think anything. But that lasts about that long, unless you can get it out to there, so. Master of the selfless moment, the moment when you're not busy being somebody doing something, the moment of flow. Now, the culture's been changing, and we're throwing off a lot of our guilt and shame. So what happens then? Everybody tries to come back to basic greed, to get what they want when they want it. When you're hungry, you eat. Then you see people swelling bigger and bigger and bigger, just out of pure greed. More and more ease, more and more comfort, more luxury, more. If I get just a little bit more, it'll be just enough. And for those moments, it is enough. The problem is that those are moments in time. And a moment later, they're gone. You're all masters of going up and coming down. You know how to get up there, and you also know how to get down. Most of you, no matter how hard you push, come down. You buy a new car, you get behind the driver's wheel, get that rush. Just the fantasy I had. Here it is, $4,000 later. I got it. You zoom down the road, the moment. A few days later, there's a squeak. New dance. The moment is past. People who are designing their lives around getting more try to get those moments in closer and closer together. Because if you can get them in close enough, you may not notice the space between them. So right in the middle of dinner, right, what's for dessert? You're in dessert, think of some coffee. Drinking the coffee, let's go to the movies. You're in the middle of the movies, what do we do after the movies? Let's get an ice cream soda. Ice cream soda, let's take a walk. Taking the walk. What do you say? This is great, let's go to bed. Go to bed. What's in the refrigerator? And so it goes. On and on and on. Always just getting ready for the next one to make sure there's not going to be a space between the one you're in now. Because God forbid there should be a space. And the fantasy of the society is if you have enough money and enough power, you'll be able to do it. You'll be able to bring it off. You get them in so tight, it'll just be one whoosh. Right? It'll just be jetting to Tokyo for breakfast. All the way, right? That's it. But television, as an obvious medium, has not somewhat of a hole in that fantasy. Because it confronts you on the screen, right in your own, right between your feet, in your own bedroom, with faces of those people who made it. And if you look in close, the vibration often isn't one you want. It's as if I made it by everything society said I should do to make it. And where is the pot of gold? What's wrong? But why worry? The sun will be up tomorrow, it'll be warm and toasty. I'll just worry about how to earn a living, keep my kids alive, get a little sun, have a little leisure, smoke a little grass. It's okay. I'll fill. But there is a moment when you don't want to fill anymore. When the futility of your predicament of grabbing at things that are in time becomes too apparent. When that happens for an individual, he experiences despair. And in the midst of that despair is the seed of the next stage of his growth of awareness. You are here in this room, almost without exception, because you recognize what I am talking about. That even if you are in the midst of collecting it all, of having good home, good family, good insurance policies, good security, good fun, good sun, good nature, good social responsibility, good political activism, good health food, good clothes, good friends. Back inside of you is saying, what is it back in here that's yearning for something else? What is it? Is this just neurosis? Are we just a collective group of neurotics? We may well be, by the way. This may be the satisfaction of an affluent society, grasping at straws. it may be that we are pseudopods, we are those things that go out from the amoeba. We are the leading edge of a shift of consciousness in which we are now reaching for something more profound, deeper in our own beings, deeper in the universe. Obvious shifts. For example, in this group, many of you are shifting from identifying with that feeling towards the universe of my job is to master and control my environment, shifting to my work is to hear and flow with and be a part of my universe. Now that's an entirely different ego structure. That is a shift in consciousness. That is the answer to the ecological imbalances that come from man's intellect attempting to control nature. That's called in Chinese philosophy the Tao, the flow, the harmony, being in tune with. Being an instrument of the universe instead of a master of it. But what a humble ego to be willing to do that. If that were Henry Kissinger, he would have to listen instead of just sending. That's the difference between a politician and a statesman. That's the difference between a knowledgeable person and a wise man. We are collectively in training to become wise persons. A wisdom that is going to be reflected in our beings. Our actions are going to reflect these shifts in consciousness that we are about this moment. Now, actually, who you are has another level of significance that some of you will find difficult to hear, others will hear comfortably. And it concerns issues of reincarnation and karma, of who you are. See, at one level, you think you are somebody sitting in North Miami Beach High School. And you think you are a man or a woman or a boy or a girl, or some mixture. But you have so many levels of identity, so many levels of identity. Why do you pick that particular reality to cling to? Because it's being fed by your senses and by your thinking mind. Until your eye be single, until you only see with the third eye, you are hooked on these eyes, these ears, this nose, this mouth, this skin, these thoughts. And that creates which reality? And they're all tuned to a certain frequency. And on that frequency, you are sitting in North Miami Beach High School. But who I see you to be is, for the most part, very different than who you think you are. I've been through the example many times. Many of you have heard the example, but it's such a vivid image that we can repeat it and work with it. It's a good one. It's the one of the flipping of the switch by the eyes. your perceptual apparatus, your receiving set. See, if you tune into a channel, let's say channel 2 on your television set, your eyes. What you see when you look out at the world is the physical reality. You see man, woman, big, little, old, young, dark, light, bald, hairy, developed, undeveloped, mole, bent nose, this, that, whatever. If you're preoccupied with that in yourself, that's what you see in everybody else. If you think you've got a funny looking nose, what you notice when you walk down the street is everybody's nose. It's bizarre. If you think you don't have the right clothes, all you notice is people's clothes. The physical reality. If you are horny, what you notice in all people are who's makeable, who is a competitor with you for who is makeable, and who is irrelevant. Okay? And that's the reality. That's what you see. That's watching all the girls go by on the street corner, or the boys go by in Ms. Magazine. One more. Flip. Now when you look at another person, what you see is as if two mirrors were placed facing each other with nothing in between. You see itself looking at itself, looking at itself, looking at itself, infinite. For you have moved to the plane of the Ancient One, of the One, where there's only one of us here. In that reality, there is one of us here talking to itself. We are making believe we are the many. We are playing as if we're many so we can play out this dance. We are all in drag because when you rip off the mask, there's only one of it. Right? And I am talking to myself. Now, the minute you left the psychological, the minute you left that second channel, went to the astral plane, you immediately left North Miami Beach High School. Which of these realities is you? Who are you? Who do you think you are? Just to complete the game, we'll just go one more. One more flip. You disappear. I disappear. The television receiver disappeared. We have just entered into the formless, called the void. Not nothing. That's something. These are all relative realities. Physical, psychological, astral, soul, one. All of those are relative realities in form. They are all relatively real. No one of them is absolutely real. If you try to stand in one of them, you're going to have to deny all the rest of them. And if you're standing in one of them and saying, who I am is my psychological self, and then suddenly you have a dream or a vision, or your consciousness alters, you say, I was out of my mind, or I had a hallucination. In the New York Times last year, there was an article in the Sunday Supplement, a study done on mysticism in America. And it said 2/5 of the population of the United States have had a transcendent mystical experience.
That's an enormous number of people who have gone outside of their ego structure. A sampling of those 2/5, 85% said it was the most profound experience of my life and I never want to have another one. Can you hear that? Because it upset the apple cart. Because if you want to hold on to your neurosis, and suddenly you've been catapulted out to where you are experiencing oneness with the universe, what happened to your neurosis? And if you've built a whole game plan around your neurosis, you are left with nothing, nowhere to stand. So it is true that most people in society are pushing away experiences that indicate that they have an identity on other planes of reality in order to hold tightly to the plane they are comfortable with. Now, what is liberation within that context? A liberated being is somebody who has moved out of the reality that they thought was absolute initially in their life into another reality and another reality and another reality. And they are liberated from being stuck in any single reality. Okay? Somebody we call psychotic is in a reality other than the one that, say, 3 psychiatrists agree to. Okay. Like the example I gave, I think, in The Only Dance There Is, where I visited my brother who was thinking he was Christ and the psychiatrist who thought he was a psychiatrist. Right? And they both were in a room together, convinced the other one was insane. Okay. But the insanity is clinging to any reality. I didn't say functioning in any reality, I said clinging to any reality. A conscious being functions in all realities. Can't you have your astral identity and your physical identity and your psychological identity and your spiritual identity? And your identity is the one? And you are beyond identity, all here and now? That's what the game is. Would John Morley call his house, please? Who you are in an evolutionary sense is somebody who in this very lifetime has begun to awaken to your predicament of a limited reality. That's it. If you think of the image of a clock, 12 o'clock, perfect harmony in the universe, perfect flow. The metaphor you can work with about 12 o'clock, Garden of Eden. Everything is in relation to everything else. There is no separateness. Within that perfection, God has said, man has choice. That's part of the perfection. Choice to do what? Choice to act in opposition to the will of God, in opposition to the flow, to the harmony. Okay? If you cannot get into an emotional reaction to the Garden of Eden story, it will teach you a great deal at this moment. Before eating the apple, which is the apple of knowledge, in which man goes into dualism, in which he then knows, but no longer is. He has separated himself in order to know. He wants to be God. He wants to know, not just be. Following eating of the apple, God finds him covering his genitals with a fig leaf. And God says to him and to Eve, "Who told you you were naked?" Where did separateness come from? Where did shame come from? Why do you even think you're separate? Because the minute you start to think about something, you have separated yourself from the flow. Now be careful, because I'm not knocking intellect. I'm merely doing what Vivekananda talked about, shifting the intellect from being a master to being a servant. Okay? 12:01, you ate the apple. You ate the apple, by the way. Now you suddenly look around and you see it all, but you're no longer part of it all. You are experiencing your own separateness, the beginning of alienation. Okay? You are cast out of the Garden of Eden, out of the flow, out of the self-consciousless flow. From 12:01 to 5:59. Birth after birth after birth after birth. You are born into your separateness again and again and again, and each time you spend your life trying to optimize the control with your separateness in order to re-experience what you had at 12 o'clock, but still keep your own sense of separateness. In other words, you want to be God and have your own heaven. That's what somebody in Miami Beach wants. It's to be God and have his own heaven. The way he wants it. $5.59. Everything you have done, birth after birth after birth after birth, and you know how many births we're talking about? I mean, I can't do enough after births. Buddha gives the example. Remember this story? Buddha said, if you took a mountain that was the width, the length, that it would take an oxen to walk in one day, which is about 6 miles. It's 6 miles long, 6 miles wide, and 6 miles high. And every 100 years, a bird flies by the mountain with a silk scarf in its beak. And it runs the scarf over the top of the mountain. In the length of time it would take for the silk scarf to wear down the mountain, that's how long. Birth, death, birth, death, birth, death. If you want to get a little sense of the time, just look at how many times you blinked your eyes since you walked in here. Those are like lifetimes. It's just the time change, time shift. This whole thing you're involved in, this is the big one. Right? You've said that for the last 10,000 of them. Okay? This is the one I'm going to do it. Right? Just one more pizza. Right? And there it is. Another birth, another pizza. Right? Start another dimension of this evening. For those of you that know these words, words are birds. Sit straight and just breathe into your heart and keep rising on the energy in this room. All right? Let the words flow in and out. You don't have to turn off that reality to do the other thing, but you can go beyond the words here too. The words are to keep the intellect calm, so another process can go on tonight. Six o'clock, despair. I have tried every strategy I know in order to master the universe and be in control of it and recreate the Garden of Eden, and I can't do it. Despair. Despair is the prerequisite for awakening. 6:01, right in the middle of a birth, you began to awaken. Now, why do I say in the middle of it? Because between births, you have awakened each time, only to go to sleep again as you took birth. But often you resisted the awakening between births. See, a person, let's say at 7:30 or 8 o'clock, who's already awakening during a birth, is different than somebody at 4 o'clock who didn't awaken at all during the birth, who denied all awakening. It was the 85% who said, I never want to have that experience again. The person at 4:30 dies. They're dying. They say, save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Do whatever you need to do, keep me from dying, and then they're dead. And a moment later, a voice says to them, welcome. And they say, if I'm hearing a voice saying welcome, I guess I didn't die. And the voice says, no, you did die. For a person at 4:30, utter confusion. That confusion can last until the next birth. It's called purgatory. 8:30, however, you die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. You still don't want to die at 8:30. You don't not give a damn till around 11:15. At 8:30, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Save me, save me, save me. You're dead. Well, I guess I didn't die. No, you did die. At that moment, those moments of awakening you had during your previous birth suddenly flick over into figure instead of into background, and you say, far out. All that stuff that happened to me was real. And then you're wide open, and then you are a collaborator in the preparation for your next round. You work with the cosmic karmic council. In the realm of the astral sugars. In planning the next dance. But there are more surprises in the story yet. For as you get up near 11 o'clock, you're working out all of your karma and you're awake during most of your birth. Get to 11:59. New choice. 11:59. At that point, you can merge back into, give up the last vestige of separateness that's left, which is merely the thought of I. That's all that's left, the thought of I. Or you can push against the final merge and stay in form. And why would you stay in form? Not because of your personal desires any longer, because you don't have any. You stay in form because of what in Tibetan Buddhism is called the bodhisattva. You stay in form because of the suffering of all sentient beings. That's what a guru is. It's a being who is staying in form in order to relieve the suffering of other beings. 11:59. Where are you? 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, you're at least past 6 o'clock or you wouldn't be in this room. 7:30, 9, 10:30, 11:45. Are these moments on the clock births and deaths? Could you go through the entire clock in one birth? There is no fixed time, no time units. It's the karmic clock. And the final realization at 11:59 is that the entire clock was an illusion. For at that moment, path and pilgrim and goal merge into one. And you see that the entire clock was within the illusion of time. When Buddha says you already are the Buddha, meaning you already are fully enlightened, you're merely busy thinking you're not. And the entire sadhana, the entire path, is the path of awakening you out of your illusion of separateness to acknowledge who you already are. Thus, nobody teaches you anything. They merely remind you. And that what you are seeking is not out there. It doesn't lie in me as opposed to lying in you. The only difference is that I'm not as attached to who I think I am as you are. The act of meditation is the act of transcending your models or molds of who you are to recognize yourself. What is it you want this lifetime? What is it you want? Somebody at 4:30 wants more pleasure. Somebody at 8:30 wants to return to the source, wants to know God, wants to become enlightened, wants to be free, wants to be realized, wants to be liberated from suffering. A person at 8:30 recognizes Buddha's Four Noble Truths, that the cause of suffering is clinging or attachment, and says, help me free myself from clinging and attachment so that I might end suffering. Let me be free. At 4:30, you try to optimize pleasure and minimize pain. You try to get high and avoid the low. At 8:30, you say, everything in my life, the highs and the lows, are all grist for the mill of going home. I will eat it all. And it's even farther out than that, because at that point, your suffering becomes functional for your awakening. Your suffering literally becomes grace. That's a heavy one. At that point, when you get caught in anger far out, it's showing you where you're clinging, and you're more interested in getting done with clinging than you are just getting high. Then you are ready to take life as it comes towards you, without defining this but not that. I want a new Cadillac, but I don't want cancer. By 10 o'clock, you're ready to say, new Cadillac. Cancer. Life. Death. Pleasure. Decay. Because all of it is seen only in relation to that television channel in which the soul is going home. And everything on all the planes is grist for the mill of the process of awakening. You use it all. And your life at this moment is an absolutely perfect statement. Perfect. Most of you sit around saying, if only, whatever. If only. If only I were 20 years younger, 20 years older, richer, poorer, more beautiful, a different sex, whatever. If only. By around 9 o'clock, that's all over. You're looking at just how it is and saying, far out. Well, what am I going to do with this one? Now, this is where it becomes very delicate. Because as you keep flipping these realities, is this too heavy, or can you hear me? I'm sorry it's so heavy, but it'll be clear enough. I'll get lighter after a while. It's just, I don't know why. It's whatever this vibration. When you are busy identifying with your suffering, you are a tremendously socially concerned human being, because you look around and you think of all the suffering, and your empathy is very great. When you shift these channels a little bit and you ultimately look up and you begin to see all of the forms of the universe in perfect harmony with one another, and you begin to experience the perfection of the flow, including the suffering, the violence, the starvation, etc. At that moment, you look at the universe and you say, from your great height high in the Himalayas, you say, it is all perfect. Now, if you stop in that reality, you can be very, very high in the Buddha mind, but you forgot the bleeding heart of the Christ. The liberated being is the being who simultaneously is looking up and seeing the perfection of it all, and looking down and seeing the blood on the snow and seeing the suffering. The balance is that you, as an incarnated being in North Miami Beach High School, must honor your incarnation in order to be free. You cannot deny it, and your incarnation is as a human being living among many human beings, most of whom are suffering unbearably. That balance, the balance of the Buddha mind, of seeing the emptiness of forms and the perfection, and at the same moment, keeping your heart wide open to the suffering in the universe around you, and using your incarnation to alleviate suffering, that is the balance that is the statement of liberation. If you get so high that you're walking down the street so high that somebody trips and falls and you don't bother to help them up because after all it's perfect, you forgot God in form. If you're so busy helping the person up on the street that you forget at that moment the perfection of the entire dance, including the fall and the helping, you forgot God in the formless thing. It's a tough path to have the strength to keep it together in form and formless. To relieve suffering and to work with suffering. See, how you deal with suffering depends on the level of consciousness. The example that I've used before, if somebody comes to you and says, I am a yogi, I would like to do a fast and I am healthy, and I say, all right, fast for 9 days. And they come to me at 7 days and they say, I'm doing fine. I say, great, go right ahead, fast some more. If I then walk out on the street and somebody comes up to me and says, hey man, I haven't eaten in 7 days, you've got a quarter. I don't say to him, you're doing fine, proceed, right? There's the quarter. Because his level of consciousness, he's busy suffering. The other being is using the suffering to awaken. It's the same thing, they both didn't eat for 7 days. One person is busy being the person who didn't eat for 7 days. The other person is being the person who's going to God. No judgment. One person's at 4:30, one person's at 9 o'clock. You don't judge that a person that's 40 is better than a person that's 20. They're just 20 years older. The beings around you represent different ages of incarnation. Your parents, your children, your brothers and sisters, your friends, all different. All different. For a moment, you might meet in the journey and then spread apart. No matter how hard you try to grab the hand, it can't happen because you are at different levels of the dance. You have different work to do.
Held by him, for him to look down on me and to love me. And I pictured that happening, and it felt very good. And it was so funny this morning. The next minute, I pictured myself going home from here and trying to make that happen, and it not being able to happen with my father. And I hated him. It was instant hate.
Recognizing your feeling of wanting to be understood and loved and held by him, and his ability to do that are quite two different things. that your denial of that feeling of wanting that, that's what blocks you. Once you know you have that feeling, then you can begin to hear who he is and experience with some compassion his predicament of being unable to express his love or to be unable to be the kind of father that you might want. It's as if once you know that you're beautiful, acceptable, then when other people don't like you, it begins to you see it as their problem, not yours anymore. Until you have allowed your own beauty to be, you never see it as their problem, you always see it as yours. And all paranoia you take back in on yourself. So the first step of the game is what you started with, which is acknowledging your desire for love. As long as you're straight with your feelings, then if people can't fulfill them, sure, you go through self-pity and anger, and you have to be honest with those too. But you'll begin to appreciate that they're just doing their karma. They're stuck in what they're stuck in. And you'll sit with your feelings and allow them to be who they have to be. And your life will be that of somebody who needs love and doesn't get it. And you'll go through self-pity, and then you'll say, well, that's the way it is. And here we are. But to make believe you don't want it because you're not getting it, there's where the trap is. Can you hear that? One dies as one lives. Mahatma Gandhi walks into his garden for a press conference. He gets shot, and at the moment he's shot, all he says is Ram, just the name of God. He just has time. He says the name of Ram as he goes, because he's so already with God through his life's work that the moment of transition of body to not body is just another moment in which he's with God. So once that starts to fall into place and feel right to us, then really the essence of a dying retreat becomes the essence of a living retreat. And then the question is how you use the experiences, the moment-to-moment experiences of your life as a way to become optimally conscious, to be optimally in the spirit or with God. And so then you start to examine the various components of life in order to bring them into this same awareness that we're just talking about now. Because what you find is that you can agree with everything I've said, but the big chunks of life are totally unconscious. That you say, oh yes, I understand this. I understand what my life is about. But I'm really angry at so-and-so. And somehow that anger and that relationship never comes into the rest of it. It just stays in this little compartment. And what happens to a relationship when you understand that the meaning of the events and the experiences of your life is to awaken or to live in the spirit or to be fully conscious or with God or your own true being? And you say, yes, but I have this relationship because I need love, or I have this relationship because blah, 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 blah. But if you push this and push it, you see that ultimately everything must go into this same stew, and you have relationships in order to awaken, and you have relationships in order to live in the spirit and to be with God, and to awaken out of the illusion of your own separateness. And that's the real essence of relationship. It's the vehicle for awakening out of the illusion of separateness. And when you understand the integration of this higher wisdom with the daily life events, you begin to see how relationships are a form of devotional or dualistic. They're a form of yoga. They're a form of coming into union, which is what yoga means. Now, what you see in other human beings is very, very much affected by your motivation and by your perception of yourself and by your own preoccupations. If you are busy, if I say to you, who are you? And you say, I am somebody who is dying, then you will tend to see other people in terms of who's living and who's dying. If you are somebody who doesn't like your body image, you are inclined to look at other people's body image. If you are somebody who is preoccupied with your own personality, with your own depression, for example, you're inclined to look at other people in terms of their happiness. Why can't I be happy like she is? If you have a very judging mind in which you're judging yourself continually, then you see other people as judging you all the time. You tend to project outward what is familiar to you, which is the way you look at the universe. You assume other people are looking at the universe the same way. So that if you are preoccupied with your sexual desire system, and that colors your perception because it locks you in all the time, you will see other people as thinking that too. And by the same token, if you think that you are God and you see God in yourself, that's what you'll see in other people. I recall when I was with Maharaji, I felt so inadequate and so unworthy that I would continually say to him, how can you send me away? How can you send me back to the United States where people are going to want things of me and I can't fulfill them? I'm not a Dharma person. I'm a totally impure person. I've got all this lust and this power trippiness and this insecurity. And what are you doing? You're just sending me into the lion's mouth and you're giving me no protection. You haven't given me anything to protect myself from my own impurities. I said, the worst thing I can imagine is that I can do damage to another human being, that I can do stuff that will create karma by creating suffering. And I said, I'm just too impure, Maharaji. And Maharaji at that moment looked at me, and he looked at me like he was looking at a specimen. And he looked at my hair and my head, and he looked at my eyes, and he looked, and he came up really close, and he looked like it. And then he had me turn around. And I turned around, and he looked in my ears, and he looked, and he looked, and he looked, and he did this whole routine. It was a Marx Brothers routine, and he did the whole thing. And when I got all the way back around, he looked very surprised, and he said, I don't see any impurities. And of course, my first reaction was that silly old man. You know, because obviously, any fool can see my impurities. But you see, any fool sees their own foolishness. And what he saw was his own godness. And he didn't see the impurities. It was my preoccupation with my impurities which was feeding the whole situation, not his. He was saying, you know, maybe there's another way to look at who you are. That seemed to be the essence of the message. And if you are preoccupied with power, as I have been most of my life, then you will see relationships in power terms, and you'll be afraid of being controlled in every relationship, or being suppressed, or being dependent. And those are all power-related things. And that's because your preoccupation is with power because of your own feelings of inadequacy or impotence or whatever. The way the mind works is often to develop concepts, and then to live within the concepts rather than in the immediate experience. So that you develop a concept of who you are and who another person is. And then you live in terms of the relationship between the concepts rather than in the immediate experience that exists between two human beings. For example, if you experience yourself as being a wise person and somebody else as being unwise, and you're caught in that label, then even if they say something wise, you can't hear it because you're so caught in your labeling. And we've got to find behind all the symbology that there are living, breathing incarnations of God. We've got to see through the symbology. We can only see through the symbology when our attachments to those symbologies are cut through, when we've gotten rid of those attachments in ourselves. And if you need those things, then you're attached to them. For example, if you need to be a nurse, if you're a nurse and you need to be a nurse, then you need to have patience. And then you load somebody into that symbolic package of patience in order to satisfy your need to be a nurse. If you need to be helpful, then you need people who are helpless. If you need to be sadistic, you need people who are masochists. To the extent that you identify with any social role whatsoever, then you will seek out somebody to enter into a symbiotic relationship. You scratch my neurosis and I'll scratch yours. You let me be holy because you be profane. I am somebody who needs to love but be rejected. So you need to be somebody, I am somebody who needs to love but be rejected. So you've got to be somebody who needs to be loved and reject me. So that honing device, it's so incredible how subtle the whole game works. People say, I don't know, I always end up with the same kind of lover. And they're always surprised. Every bit of information about all of us is written so large on our foreheads. I am somebody who will screw you, count on it. And then you say, oh, your eyes are so beautiful, I just want to be with you. You see, and you seemingly ignore all this, and then when they screw you, you say, oh, God, I got screwed again. And when you look at the world in terms of this kind of symbiosis at the personality level, you see this incredible game going on. Conscious, unconscious human relationships. And there's a comic book called the Doctor Strange series. And in the Doctor Strange series, the way you see it in the comic books section is people come down the street and they have these huge nets coming out of their head. And these nets are full of statements like, this is who I am, this is who you are, this is how it is, this is who I am, this is who you are. So somebody goes down the street like this is who I am, this is who you are, this is how it is. Somebody else goes down, this is who I am, this is who you are, this is how it is. Somebody else goes down the street like this is who I am, this is who you are, this is how it is. And the game was to net everybody all the time. See, and the nets would come and they would surround other people and everybody would climb into it. And it's extremely interesting to be around people who have so much symbolic value that they are used to netting everybody around them. And then they really need somebody who isn't netted by it. If everybody gets caught in your game, you lose.
Do you hear that one? If you win, you lose. And that's the horror of it. That's the horror of the way the mind creates these models and then seduces everybody into them. Because you feel secure in the model, but it's secure in your prison room. And that's the horror when the door is open and you don't walk out because you're too secure in the prison room. Well, how might you see other people? How might you see individual differences in other people? There is the matrix of individual differences of the body. So when you look at another person, you see man, woman, tall, short, old, young, fat, thin. You see physical characteristics, you see bald, you see pretty, you see weird looking, you see whatever you see. Those are all the qualities of the physical body. If you look at a matrix of individual differences in terms of personality, you see sad, happy, achieving, depressed, lonely, dependent, joyful, seeking God, intelligent, acting. You see a whole set of another set of individual differences that are within the personality matrix of an individual. That's two matrices. Then there's a third matrix in which you look out and you see other individuals in terms of there's a Leo, or there's a Taurus, or there's a Sagittarius. That's another individual difference matrix based on your astral body. And those are all the ways in which you can say, I am different from you, is different from her, is different from him, and you can make that whole matrix of individual differences. Those are three matrices. And individual differences, when you live only in the realm of individual differences, then you get stuck again and again in the world of judgment. Better, worse. It's better to be young than old. It's better to be, fat than thin, or it's better to be thin than fat. And it's very weird when you move from culture to culture and it's all shifting. But if you see other beings, when you look into someone else's eyes and you see that there's just another being looking back at you, another entity, another soul, another patterning, another thing, another ray of God, or you can call it whatever you will, another bit of awareness. And that bit of awareness has around it all of this stuff, which is the packaging or the karmic manifestation or its predicament. And all these individual differences are like packagings around it, just like, and you don't confuse the contents with the container, or the containers, as this case may be. But if you confuse yourself with your containers, you're going to confuse other people with their containers. If you are busy thinking that you are primarily man or woman, if you primarily think you are sick or well, if you primarily think you're old or young, if you primarily think you're a mother or a child, then you are that's the reality in which your mind is working, and that's what you create for everybody else around you. And that ends up in judging. This person is a better mother, or better of this, or less good, or taller or shorter, or darker or lighter, or gooder or evil, or whatever your polarities are. To look and see in another person that other thing that's just like you means that you can look at the individual matrices as the karmic unfolding, and then you can get into a space where you do not judge another being. You may judge their actions, but you don't judge the being. And that is the realm in which unconditional love can exist. I love you because you are God in form. So what is the essence of conscious human relationships? If you look at any relationship as like a pyramid in which there are 2 points down here and there is one at the top, take a marriage. The vehicle of marriage, when you use marriage as a sadhana, as a spiritual practice, the way in which you use it is to work through the relationship in order to arrive at the place where there is one awareness, but there are 2 bodies, 2 personalities, 2 astrologies. In other words, you work until the relationship exists where there is simultaneously the 1 and the 2. And you use the 2 to arrive at the 1. And it gets so that just as these 2 hands are clapping, and there is one mind and these 2 hands, and this hand isn't busy being the left hand and this busy being the right hand. They are just 2 hands doing their part to make the clap occur. So there is one awareness and 2 people. Now, to use a relationship that way, that is the process of what I started the lecture by saying, using relationships in order to awaken to God. To see who the other person is, see who you are, you yourself are, through the relationship. For a relationship to do that requires a tremendous amount of consciousness and space and meditation and intent. And it is hard work, as most of you who have ever been in intense interpersonal relationships have found out. Because in that one, in order to realize the oneness of the 2, every bit of identification you have with the 2 has to be given up. You've got to give up the 2 into the 1, and then from the 1 you will be the 2. It's the difference between I am a man versus I am God that is being a man. You go from an identity with the 2 into an identity with the 1, and out of the identity with the 1 comes the manifestation into the 2. It's a cycle that has to go in. But what happens is, as the 2 go towards the 1, you are literally dying into love, you are dying into awareness, you are dying into the oneness of it. And that oneness is called love, or it's called awareness, or it's called truth. And because of our attachment, our karmic attachment to our separateness, when a marriage or a relationship starts to work too well, we freak. And what you usually see in relationships is they end up being, one person is running away, pulling back, and the other person is opening. I love you, why aren't you there for me? And the other person's pulling back. Then, after the other person's been like this for a while, they say, well, screw you. And they start to pull back. And the minute they pull back, the other person starts to remember how much they love them. And they start to go. And you see the dance going like this. And it doesn't really matter who's playing what part. It's just so that they will, it's a conspiracy to keep from falling into love. Because when you fall into love, you cease to be. And so a conscious relationship has to edge in very slowly and very consciously. And it's why one needs so much meditative space in a good relationship to keep it living truth. Because usually when the fire gets hot, what happens is everybody starts to get singed a little bit. Ego gets burned. Ego burns. Soul doesn't burn. Ego burns. Ego starts to burn. The minute it starts to burn, it immediately pulls back into kind of mechanical habits. Hello, good morning, I love you. Ooh, do you know how much I love you? It's all can be done. All the rituals can be done, but there's no juice in it anymore. The living truth went out of it because everybody got scared. And I'd say most of the couples that ever come to see me that are having a hard time, they have the potential of incredible living truth.
but they got frightened and they pulled back. And then they both felt hurt and frustrated. And the whole process is opening it up once again. And the way it is opened up is by wanting to have it open so bad that the two of you are willing to deal with the truth of the pain and the truth of the confusion and the truth of it all and stay in it. And be able to sit with another person and say what you feel and what you think, and not say, I won't tell her this because it would hurt her. That's the one that corrodes relationships. The result is I will keep it to myself. And the minute you have something in yourself you will not share with me, I become him. I am no longer us. If you and I agree we will be us together, we're going towards the one, we are us. But then I start to have, say, sexual desires for someone else. And I don't want to tell you that because it might hurt you. It would hurt you and you get furious. So I say, well, I won't tell you that. The minute I do that, I have set up a part of my mind which is now closed off to you. And every time I am in that part of that mind, you must become an object. You are no longer us. You must be her or him. And if there is nothing that I cannot share with you, then you and I are us. Like somebody's taking care of you. And you really are a little angry at the way they're doing it, or you wish they would stop, or you wish they'd do something, or you'd like to ask them to do it, but you don't want to tell them because you fear you'd be an imposition. So the result is you say, oh, well, I won't tell them that. I'll just keep it inside myself. And the other person, if they are sensitive, just feels like when I sit with another human being, I can watch, I can look into their eyes and I can see. I'll tell you what I see. I see that when their mind is in a place where everything is wide open, there is a liquid, luminous doorway in their eyes, and I can look in and in and in, and I can see Maharaji. And the minute the thoughts come into their mind, which they can't tell me because they're about me or about them or something, that is that place that locks in where I become object, I see an opaqueness. And it's just as if a door closed and a big sign says, keep out. And I get this cold feeling, and the result is I get paranoid. I mean, that's what people do. They get paranoid. You feel unloved. People don't understand how sensitive relationships are and how much living spirit demands living truth and how volatile living truth is. And what price you are paying for keeping it nice. The niceness between somebody who is being a patient and somebody who's being a nurse. The niceness between a husband and a wife. The niceness between a parent and a child. And I'll tell you, we cannot afford so much niceness. Because we are dying in it. And most of you, if you are like me, starve to death in that environment. Because you're so hungry for a living truth in human relationships. So when you are ready, what you offer, when you want to be out of your own prison cell, what you offer other human beings is the work you do on yourself. And the work you do on yourself is to come to the point where you are no longer identified with your individual differences. So all of your stuff and all of your stuff of your fears and aggressions and sexuality and embarrassments and all that, that's your stuff, which is connected with those matrices of individual differences. You are no longer identified with them, so you want them, you can have them. You want the fact that, I mean, I'm perfectly willing to tell you that I have hang-ups, that I'm insecure, that I'm paranoid, that I've got perversions, that I've got everything. You want them, you can have them, because I can't afford to keep them from you, because I need that flow with everybody around me, because that's the way I can live in the spirit, because the spirit is that flow. And the minute I turn off that flow in order to protect myself, because I identified with my perversion or my anxiety or my anger or my insecurity, I just turned off the world. I stopped the flow. I froze it. It all turns, it calcifies. It becomes an institution. And suddenly we are just bumping against each other. Don't get too close. Don't come in. Don't play. So what do you offer someone else? You offer them your truth. You offer them the irrelevance of your stuff. You can't imagine how refreshing truth is. When you are working with somebody and you're taking care of them and you're begrudging that time to them, or you're begrudging because they're taking too much space, and you keep it in, all you're doing is creating your own ulcer, your own early death, and you're also destroying the living truth that exists between people, and you're cutting off the person from real human contact, and you just did it again. It takes a little bit longer, and it's a little more painful, and it's kind of volatile to deal with truth. And the thing is that you cannot deal with truth with other people who don't want to deal with truth. That's the problem. The distinction isn't that you have to tell everybody everything. The important thing is that you have to be able to tell everybody everything, okay? And that's the key one. You may meet other people with whom you've entered into a contract where you are willing to share everything because it's a living marriage, a living truth, a living relationship. Then you share everything. But otherwise, you merely have to have the capacity to be able to share. As far as you're concerned, the stuff isn't there. Then you are an open, free environment, and the other person can come and play if they choose. And can you imagine what it is like to be nursing, being a nurse in relation to someone in which you are merely right here and you're free and you're flowing and you got your stuff and you get angry and you get all that stuff, which you acknowledge and it's right here. And if the other person says, how are you feeling about taking care of me? You can say how you're feeling if they're really asking. But you don't have to go up and say, you know, I really can't stand taking care of you. You don't have to do it. That's a psychological thing, the have to. You've got to listen to hear who other people are, and each person has to get what they got to get. If somebody wants to stay in their prison, you have the moral obligation to leave them in their prison. You have no right to force somebody out of their prison. And truth destroys prison walls. I'd like to go through the aspects of this retreat and reflect about how they fit into a daily life practice, or what we mean by daily life practice. Yesterday we talked about relationships and what it means to work with a relationship to become conscious through it. And just to clarify any misconceptions about, we were talking about truth and marriages and so on. The implication is not that you have to be truthful with somebody who doesn't want to be truthful. The implication is that you are capable of being truthful. That's the important thing, that you could be truthful, not that you need to be. Doesn't mean you lie. It just means that you don't have to say it all unless in the contract with another human being is that we will share truth. And some marriages are vehicles for awakening and some are not. Some are marriages that are going fine. They were based originally on passion or on psychological compatibility or an economic facility or cultural expectation. There are a number of reasons why people get married. And those motives come and go. Often the passion leaves and people don't quite know why they're married anymore. Now, some marriages are convertible into living truth and living spirit, and then the marriage becomes that aspect of your life which becomes your major vehicle for awakening. But it may not be. It may be a nice marriage and a comfortable marriage, and then your meditation becomes your major vehicle for awakening. And marriage isn't that vehicle. Everything in your life ultimately will be affected and colored by your spiritual work. But you start out working with what is workable. You don't start out demanding that everything be used immediately, because it isn't all usable immediately. Ultimately, every shiny bit of your life is touched, but let it happen slowly and naturally in its own time, rather than forcing it too quickly. Like what you eat, who you're with, how you spend your money, how you earn your money, what you wear, what you think about, where you go, why you go there, how you get there. All of these are aspects that can awaken or not. You may have a job that is that gives you livelihood, but it's a job among very unconscious beings, relatively unconscious beings, good beings, but relatively unconscious, in which you don't experience some support for that awakening. And you're ready when you come into a satsang, into a community of more conscious beings, you're ready to say, well, I'm going to split my job because it's not conscious enough. But maybe that job at this time gives you the economic wherewithal to be able to do other kinds of work. And maybe what you need to do is learn how to use your weekends and your evenings and your early mornings. It isn't clear that you have to melodramatically shift your whole life plan just because you start to sense that there is awakening possible. In fact, let me caution you against the melodrama of the spiritual journey. We have an incredible capacity to romanticize our lives. You know, who will I marry? Who do I love? Who loves me? Am I happy? Am I getting enough? Oh, I'm dying too young. Ooh. And all this kind of romance about life. And we just buy it. And we are such tragic romantic figures, every one of us. You know, if only, and it's all so dramatic. And then suddenly we've awakened. And it's a whole new drama. And oh, I've awakened. And you go tell all your friends and I'm awakened, and you have a certain smile and you're very romantic about your awakening. And you got to dramatically change everything. I don't do that anymore. I'm awakened. And you'll pay karmically for all your romanticism, I will tell you. Because the spiritual journey ultimately is really not very romantic at all. It's a very humdrum, just cleaning up your act, quieting down, not getting caught in the drama even of enlightenment. Even to be attached to getting enlightenment turns out to be just another melodrama. Okay. So one doesn't have to make splashy, dramatic front page changes in one's life in order to be awakening. You can do it just in the kind of stuff you've already got going. It's always an interesting question of whether you have to miss a step in the dance in order to awaken. And what I'm always impressed with is people who can make the transformations. Externally, there's continuity, and internally, there is tremendous change at being. Because every act you're doing, you could be doing from the consciousness you've got now, from the consciousness you used to have, or from the consciousness you will have. The same act may come out the same way, but its effects will be entirely different. You can feed another human being. You can say hello to another human being. You can do any human act, and it will have an entirely different effect depending on who's doing it and where they're doing it from. I visited Ananda Mai Ma many times in India. She's an absolutely beautiful woman saint. Just such an incredible being. And the time I visited her, each time she has been singing one song
She sings before a lot of people, just sitting up there singing. They're all just kind of looking at her, and she talks to people and gets them fed and all that. But she just sort of sings, either as a large group, or she's just sort of crooning it. And she's just singing to Bhagawan, to God. Jai Om Bhagawan. 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 It's just such a sweet love song to God. It's as if she's just whispering to a lover. And I have in my Dodge van a cruise control. Cruise control allows you to set a certain speed, and then the car just runs. So all you have to do is hold the steering wheel. And when I'm crossing the country, sometimes I'm sitting cross-legged in the driver's seat, and I'm just staring across the country. And I'm just day after day singing Jai Om Bhagawan, Jai Om Bhagawan, Jai Om Bhagawan, Jai Om Bhagawan. And very slowly, those words, which are just words, and it's just a little tune, but the levels and the play and the feelings, until pretty soon you look at the gas station attendant as you stop every so many hours for gas, and you inside you Jai Om Bhagawan, and there's Bhagawan. And you're just taking the whole country, and it's the first time when I started to do those things with this cruise control. It was the first time I ran out of country before I got bored. I got to the ocean too soon. And, oh, damn it, I'm here. I just wanted more of it. Now, that's just the simple thing of driving to work. Now, is it driving to work, or is it doing your sadhana, in which during your sadhana you happen to be moving from one space to another? I'm trying to give you a sense of the flow of spiritual work, that it doesn't have to be, I do spiritual work. It just sort of creeps into your life like fog creeping in on, these silent fingers of stuff just creeping into the way in which you live your life. The kinds of things you want to read. It's like going from reading things that give you a rush or fascinate you or collect stuff to things that keep quieting your mind or simplifying your mind or tuning your mind. I work a great deal with the third Chinese patriarch, and it's a little thing called the Sin Sin Ming. Which means the Heart-Mind Sutra. And I just carry this little book with me all the time. It's about 8 pages long. It's everything that he wrote. And there's enough work in here for me for this lifetime. Just these 2 lines. The great way, meaning coming into the flow of things, the harmony, coming into the universe. The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. Just look at your life and think of how many preferences you have. You prefer pleasure over pain? Prefer life over death?
prefer friends over aloneness? You prefer freedom over imprisonment? Where are your attachments? Where are your clingings? You prefer love over hate? Do you prefer any? Are you stuck in polarities, is what it's asking. But make the smallest distinction, and heaven and earth are set infinitely apart. Slightest distinction, and you already create hell. If you wish to see the truth, then hold no opinions for or against anything. To set up what you like against what you dislike is the disease of the mind. Boy, you ready to live by that? Do you realize how spacious you have to be to live by that kind of philosophy? That's the fiercest kind of philosophy that I can find. And I like to have that kind of fierce friend who hangs out with me, who keeps reminding me how much I have opinions. This should be this, and this should be this, and I want everybody to be this, and wouldn't it be better if this? Instead of just being spacious with it, you do what you do. It doesn't mean you don't have opinions, it means you're not attached to your opinions. It doesn't mean you don't have preferences, it means you're not attached to your preferences. You can prefer blue or green, and deciding when you go in, when there's a choice, you pick blue over green. But if you end up with green, so. Remember the Aso story? Aso story of the monk who lived in a monastery, and the local girl down in the village got pregnant by the fisherman. She didn't want to lay it on the fisherman, so she said it was the monk up in the monastery. So when the baby was born, the townspeople all took the baby up to the monastery, and they knocked on the gate, and the monk opened the door, and they said to the monk, "This is your baby, and you've got to raise the baby." And he said, so. He took the baby and closed the gates. I mean, here's a guy's whole life just changed that second. And his first reaction is, so. And 9 years later, the girl was dying, and she didn't want to die without admitting what had happened. And she said to the people, "Look, it really wasn't the monk, it was the fisherman." And they were horrified, and they went up to the monastery, and they knocked on the door. He opened the gate, and there was this 9-year-old child next to him. And they said, "We've made a terrible mistake. This isn't your child, and from now on, we'd like to help raise him, and you're free now to go back to your monastic life." So. He was so much right here that whatever new change comes in, so. How much are you ready to flow with life? And how much are you pressing against it? And that's the business of letting go of controls, letting go of models. The models you have of who you think you are keep entrapping. They keep entrapping me all the time. And they keep turning me off from the living space, the living truth that I can live in every second. And the beauty of having these books, what happens is, this is part of what's called satsang or sangha. Satsang is the Sanskrit, and sangha is the Buddhist term. This is being around the community of people who realize that there is an awakening. And you finally sort of want to hang out more and more with those beings. But maybe your job doesn't have those beings in it. And maybe your family doesn't have those beings in it. It's nice to have, get into a little ritual or regimen so that every morning, for example, you get up and before the game gets going in life, so it gets so locked in, you start with some quieting down. You start with some meditation. You start with a reading, just one little reading. And I just have usually a puja space, a little space where I have some holy pictures. I have Ananda Ma, and I have Christ, and I have Buddha, and I have Maharaji, and just a few old buddies, friends I hang out with. And I just have them there, and I light a candle, and I light a little incense in the morning. And I sit down there, and then next to me I have just a few books. The Ramayana, and I have Lao Tzu, and the Third Patriarch, and this and that. Maybe 5 or 6 books. And I'll sit quietly for a little while, and I'll look at the pictures and say good morning to all these beings. Just kind of open my heart to that space, kind of feel their lives. And then I might just pick up one of these books and read maybe just a few lines. Sit down, sort of think about it for a little while, and then maybe meditate for 15 to 20 minutes. And as simple as that, and I'm just ready to face the day. And that begins me on the right track. And then during the day, I may use a dozen or 100 different techniques. If I'm driving, I may be singing Jai Om Bhagwan. I may be working with my beads and doing Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. You sit in the subway, Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai. And pretty soon, all of the forms you're seeing and all of the discomforts of your body and all of it is as if it's coming out of the mantra. And the mantra becomes the figure and the life experiences become the background, as opposed to the life experiences being the figure and the spiritual practices becoming the background. Just a simple transformation. And there is a way of shifting consciousness so that you look around and you see that what we are is a collection of souls in all these individual different packages. And you can look further than that and see that we are all one in the form of many. Now, if you have seen that plane of reality, how does it affect this plane? When you come into this plane, you have the traces of that plane. And how do you live in this plane with the recognition that that plane is true? During the acid days, a lot of people would go up and they'd come down, and they couldn't figure out why they kept coming down. The reason they came down is because the life they lived on this plane was a denial of what they knew from these other planes. They, in effect, turned off the other planes. And now I'm talking about social action. Talking about the places you get to where you start to become able to live your life in a way that is harmonious with what you know on all these other planes. You literally die into service. You die into the plane of reality where you see that a starving person or a dying person or a hungry person or a frightened person is you. It's not her or him or them. You die in your separateness, the whole trip of what's good for me, what do I want, what do I need, what do I want, just becomes less interesting. And the minute that becomes surrendered, just give it up, it falls away from this deeper wisdom. And then you merely become an instrument of the flow of the universe. You become part of the Tao, part of the way of things. And the serving and that which is served is all part of it. It's all part of it. At that moment, there's no coming down or going up anymore. It just all is. That's when you become not my, but thy will. That's when you become an instrument of Christ consciousness. You just become the flow. And at that moment, that's where the power is. That's where the power is that changes the universe. When you can make yourself into zero, then your power is unbelievable. You are an irresistible force. Where there is no high and there's no low and there's no judgments and there's no opinions. There's no good and there's no bad. You merely are part of it. And then by the very, you are the commandments. You are the precepts. You are the morality. You don't do it because you ought to do it.
You are that which cannot hurt another human being. You just are. It's no big deal.
My question is, how can we maintain our own integrity or identity in a relationship, especially a close one, without compromising the integrity of others?
Okay. Which you do you want to preserve?
A lot of different selves.
Okay, let me play with you a bit. When I look at relationships, my own and others, I see a wide range of reasons for people to be together and ways in which they're together. And I see ways in which relationship, which means something that exists between two or more people, for the most part, reinforces people's separateness as individual entities. And it doesn't just honor it, it treats it as the reality of it. When I perform, or I used to perform, I don't anymore, but I used to perform weddings. I was married, I had a license for one. It was revoked by the temple here. I don't want that before. Yeah, his was too. We used to be able to perform weddings, and I do a lot under the table. But the image I always have when I'm performing a wedding is the image of a triangle in which there is the two partners, and then there is this third force, this third being that emerges out of the interaction of these two. And the third one is the one that is the shared awareness that lies behind the two of them. And the two people in the yoga of relationship come together in order to find that shared awareness that exists behind them, in order to then dance as two, so that the two-ness brings them into one and the oneness dances as two. And that's a kind of a vibrating relationship between the one and the two, so that people are both separate and yet they are not separate. And they're experiencing that the relationship is feeding both their uniqueness as individuals and their unity of consciousness. Now, that's extremely delicate because it's so easy to get entrenched in your own, I need this, I want this, you're not fulfilling this for me, and seeing the other as object. But the delight which all of you have experienced of being with somebody where you are sharing an awareness of the predicament you are both in. And you're sharing an awareness of the predicament, even when you're having an argument with each other, there's an awareness that you're both almost delighting in the horrible beauty of it. I don't know whether any of you have had that. I've had it quite often, because I'm around pretty conscious people a lot of the time, and we fight, we have differences. But we're hating it and enjoying it both, because there's these levels that we're playing at all the time. And but we come into relationship often very much identified with our needs. I need this. I need security. I need refuge. I need friendship. I need this. And all of relationships are symbiotic in that sense. We come together because we fulfill each other's needs at some level or other. The problem is that when you identify with those needs, you always stay at the level where the other person is her or him who is satisfying that need. And it really only gets extraordinarily beautiful when it becomes us. And then when it goes behind us and becomes I. And so when I ask you which person are you saving or protecting, or whose integrity you're protecting, I can see, for example, that I enter into relationships. I understand that to enter into the yoga of relationship is an extremely difficult thing to do. It's the hardest yoga that I know of, actually. Because your ego is so vulnerable when you start to open up to another human being. You feel so tender and so vulnerable. And before that one place gets going strong enough, you get frightened and you pull back and you get entrenched. And that happens all the time in relationships. People that come together with the greatest meaning of feeling love, and then they get caught in their needs and their frustrations and they separate. One of the problems is that we tend to put relationships a little bit on the back burner in life. We get a relationship and then we go out to a job and we go out to other things, and we sort of, now we've got that together, we'll go do life. And for a relationship to be a yoga of relationship is like a full-time operation for years. I mean, for me, one of my examples is Stephen and Andrea Levine. Stephen and Andrea used to be really nice, friendly, sociable people before they met. This is on a tape, too. And then they met. I used to like Stephen. And then they met, and they really started to be together. And the amount of energy that had to go into staying clear with each other. Because what happens is so much goes down so fast in relationships, it's really hard to process it fast enough to keep clear. So you keep getting this kind of residual of old stuff that isn't quite digested enough, and you end up separate from the person because you didn't have time to stop and kind of work it through, clear it. So what they did was they moved onto land with no telephone, put up a big sign, no trespassing. And they just started to work with one another. And after some years, during which you really felt like you were cut off as a friend. And it was hard for me, because I counted on Stephen a lot for sharing consciousness. And then after a while, they began to open up to me and allow me in. And then I began to see the effect of that. I began to see what happens when people learn how to really open, trust, meditate together, keep emptying, keep clearing, work until they are shared awareness. And if you watch them when they're teaching together, when they're on the platform, or when they're together, they've done some extraordinary work. They still have a lot of work to do. I mean, they're not cooked by any means. But they have done some really good stuff together. And that's hard, and it's rare. It's rare. I, on the other hand, have gone into relationships and realized that I can't hear my own truth in the relationship, and I've had to stop it. Because I wasn't willing to surrender the life games that I was in for that relationship. It just wasn't worth the effort. I treasured what I was doing in my life too much to invest in that relationship that deeply. So I've heard it both ways. You hear that? It's not fair to say that any relationship that isn't involved in the yoga of relationship is not useful and fulfilling to people. Because a lot of people come together because it's just really comfortable living with another person, and there's a wonderful kind of sweet intimacy, and it's fun to cook with each other and fun to sleep together, and it's fun to just live life together without trying to get too deep in as a spiritual practice. And many of those people have other spiritual practices. They go off and meditate, and one does something else, a Tai Chi or something else. And that seems fine to me. I don't think you should make believe that a relationship is really yoga unless you're willing to really put the effort into making it such. And if you are, it really fills all the space for a long time. Am I hearing the issue clearly, or do somebody want to say anything about that? When I'm in a relationship with somebody else, and what they do upsets me, because I understand that my life experiences are the gift of my guru in order to bring me to God, that if somebody upsets me, that's my problem. This is a hard one, because we don't usually think these ways in this culture. But I see other people as I see them as like trees in the forest. You go to the woods and you see gnarled trees and live oaks and pines and hemlocks and elms and things like that. And you're not inclined to say, I don't like you because you're a pine and not an elm. You appreciate trees the way they are. But the minute you get near humans, you notice how quick it changes. It's a way in which you don't allow humans to just manifest the way they are. You take it personally. You keep taking other people personally. All they are mechanical runoffs of old karma. Really, is what they are. I mean, they look real and they think they're real, but really what they are is mechanical runoff. So they say, "Rrr," see, and you karmically go, "Rrr." And then one of you says, we've got to work this out. The other says, yes, we must. And then you start to work it out. It's all mechanical. It's all conditioned stuff. I mean, I'm really being, I lost one. So that if somebody comes along and gets to me, they get me angry or uptight, or they awaken some desire, and wow, am I delighted? They got me. And that's my work on myself. If I'm angry with you because your behavior doesn't fill my model of how you should be, that's my problem for having models. No expectations, no upset. If you're a liar and a cheat, that's your karma. If I'm cheated, that's my work on myself. My attempting to change you, that's a whole other ballgame. What I'm saying is I will only be happy if you are different than you are. You're asking for it. Really asking for it. Think of how many relationships you say, I really don't like that person's this. If they would only be this. If I can only manipulate them to be this, I can be happy. Is that weird? Why can't I be happy with them the way they are? You're a liar, a cheat, and a scoundrel, and I love you. I won't play games with you, but I love you. It's interesting to move to the level where you can appreciate, love, and allow in the same way you would in the woods, instead of constantly bringing in that judging component, which is really rooted out of your own feelings of lack of power. Judging comes out of your own fear. Now, I fall trapped to it all the time, but every time I do, I catch myself. Okay, that's the beginning. Let's go. Question. You on board yet, or are you still here? Yes? No? Okay.
You don't give me feedback, I'm going home. The hell with you. Okay, let's go.
We're in a relationship in the beginning, everything is accepted, but then if you marry that person, it's kind of a continuous basis. And that's a problem, which leads to my question. I have several relationships in my life, major relationships, and getting married and divorced twice. And I'm searching for something special, something I've been told is called soulmate. Do you believe in such a relationship with a person? And what would that mean? How would I know that?
Got it. Keep looking. I mean, I'll give you the farthest out answer first of all, and then we'll come back to something that everybody can handle. In the farthest out answer, we have all been around so many times that every one of us has been everything with everybody else. So when I look at you, you and I have been in so many relationships together, it's just we don't remember. Do you know how many times we've been born and died? Remember that story Buddha says? If you take a mountain 6 miles long, 6 miles wide, 6 miles high, that's the distance a bullock walks in a day. And a bird flies up the mountain once every 100 years with a silk scarf in its beak. In the length of time it takes the scarf to wear away the mountain. That's how long you've been doing this. I just think of that. Once every 100 years, the scarf gets over. A scarf and a mountain. It goes on and on and on and on. I mean, in India, there are yugas and kalpas of hundreds of thousands of years. And then they just start cycles all over again. And we've been through all of them again and again and again and again. Now, behind all of it is the one. And that's all there is. This is all of us here are one in drag appearing to be many. So we are all soulmate. There's only one of it. It's not mate because it's not even two. It's just one. There's only one of us. So what you're really doing is constantly marrying yourself at the deepest level of God marrying God. Right? Now you come down to the soul. And each soul has a unique karmic predicament. You could call it a psychic DNA code that in a way guides which way its life will go. And it is entirely possible that souls, when they take birth into parents that are part of their karma, will at some point meet a being, and they have agreed in advance to come down and do this together and meet. And that's what we usually call soulmates. What you have found from your past marriages is that what you were attracted to in a person isn't what you ultimately live with. That after they say the honeymoon is over, it's after the desire systems that were dominant in the relationship that have the attraction in it pass, and all of it passes. then you're left with the work to do. And it's the same work. When you trade in one partner for another, you still have the same work you're going to have to do sooner or later when the pizzazz is over. And it just keeps going over. And you can't milk the romanticism of relationship too long as you become more conscious. It's more interesting than that. It really is. And people keep wanting to romanticize their lives all the time. Culture. It's part of the culture. But the awakening process starts to show you the emptiness of that form. And you start to go with something deeper. You start to go to meet another human being in truth. And truth is scary. Truth has bad breath at times. Truth is boring. Truth, burns the food. Truth is all the stuff. Truth has anger. Truth has all of it. And you stay in it and you keep working with it and keep opening to it and keep deepening it. And every time you trade in a partner, you realize that that's all. There's no good or bad about it. I'm not talking good or bad about this. But you begin to see how you keep coming to the same place in relationships. And then you tend to stop. Because it gets too heavy. Because your identity gets threatened too much. Because for the relationship to move to the next level of truth requires an opening and a vulnerability that you're not quite ready to make. And so you entrench, you retrench, you pull back, and then you start to judge and push away, and then you move to the next one. And then you have the rush of the openness, and then the same thing starts to happen. And so you keep saying, where am I going to find the one where this doesn't happen? And it'll only happen when it doesn't happen in you. When you start to take and watch the stuff and get quiet enough inside yourself so you can take that process as it's happening and start to work with it and keep coming back to living truth in yourself with the other person, even though it's scary and hard. You have what I'm talking about. So the other person has to work with you. Well, that's interesting. The ideal, of course, is when two people work together. But in India, where many marriages are arranged, and you don't even see your wife until after the wedding. I mean, they wear masks at the wedding in some villages. I don't know what they do in southern India. In North, Krishna and Radha, they wear masks. And then you take off the mask and there they are for life, because there's no divorce. I mean, you just don't divorce in a village. If the husband dies, the wife goes on the funeral pyre. And so this is it. This is it for life. It's got its benefits. But what's interesting about that is that when they understand Dharma of relationship, there is a way in which it's like what the Marines say, that if you can change it, you change it, and if you can't, paint it. And when you can't change a marriage, you start to work with it. It's the same. You can't move it. When you have something that you're in, like I couldn't trade my father for another father. He was given to me. That's the given. I can't divorce my father. I can go away from him, but I can't divorce him. And what I found was, because I had to keep dealing with my father, who called me Rum Dum, and who, he loved me a lot, and he thought I was very sweet and well-meaning, and we were buddies, but it was weird, because he didn't really understand what I was doing. And he attended a gathering in New York on the Central Park West, where Judith works also, in a church where they have Christ washing the feet of the disciples on the mural on the back wall. He was back there with my stepmother to be, and I was up there in a white robe with beads. Can I tell you this? And he whispered to her, he says, "I feel like the Virgin Mary," which for a Jew is pretty good. But she was, so it's okay. We forget that, don't we? But Dad was interesting work for me, because he was a given. I couldn't trade in. In the last years, I was with him a lot. And And I began to see that that was work on myself, to not judge him, not to try to change him. He was what he was. He was a perfect statement of Dad. He was absolutely perfect who he was. It was only when I had a model of how I would like my father to be that there was trouble. I wanted him not to suffer when death, so I wanted him to understand what I understood about dying. And he didn't want to understand. And I was frustrated because I meant well. I knew if he understood it, he wouldn't suffer. The worst problem is trying to take the suffering away from people you love. That's the stinker. You keep wanting to take away their suffering. And you don't even know why it's there in the first place. It's so interesting to allow people to be who they are. Finally, I think in relationships, you create an environment with your own work on yourself, which you offer to another human being to use to grow in the way they need to grow. Parents are an environment for their children. Lovers are an environment for their partners. Children are an environment for their parents. And you keep working, you become the soil, moist and soft and receptive, so the person can grow the way they need to grow. Because how do you know how they should grow? People have 2 children. One of them is a very old incarnation, an old lama who just dropped down to bless everybody. And the other one is immediately post-Neanderthal. And they're siblings, and they are my children. They're 2 entirely different 2 beings. So you've just got to listen to hear what a human being needs, who they need to be in a lifetime. So when you work with a situation where you don't change it, you just work on yourself a different way. The idea of manipulating the universe in order for you to be happy is just one model. The other model is manipulate your own mind till you're happy with what you got. Finally, that's the only way to do it. Because if you keep manipulating the environment, it's never right. Did you never notice that thing? I mean, I'll go to Kauai, Hawaii, rent a house, get a car, have a lover, get art supplies, get fish, But do you notice the weather is a little clammy today? Damn it, the Jeep they gave us, it's not running on all the cylinders. That damn restaurant was closed tonight. I mean, I can watch how you can create an absolute hell out of the whole thing that was to be heaven and paradise. And then you just laugh at yourself. And then finally, the image I have, which I've told so many times, of being in Bareilly, the railway station in India, when I realized the train was going to be 2 days late. And the station was full of people who were living there. And these were families with kids that were peeing everywhere, and goats and chickens and vendors selling everything. I mean, it's life. It's real life in the Bareilly railway station. And I didn't have much money at that time, and I was barefoot because I was a yogi in those days. And the latrine, I had dysentery, and the latrine had stopped up maybe a few weeks before. And so the fecal matter was sort of everywhere, and there were flies. I mean, millions of flies, and I had to go about every 15 minutes. And now my mother raised me. She had very definite models of toilet training, and she taught me what hell was. And the closest to hell of her mind was the Bareilly railway station latrine. If she had ever seen it, that would be, she would realize she had met her fantasy. And there I was. It was interesting because I found myself sitting there, knowing I had to go to the bathroom, feeling it coming, and knowing I had to go in there, and then coming back, and then sitting there. Let's get toilet paper. least the judge see clear as a roll of toilet paper. And there was a moment when I realized, in the midst of all that I was happy. And I thought, this is impossible. Everything my training prepared me for was to not be happy at this moment. And I'm happy. And it was interesting. I was happy because there was life force, there was openness, there were people, there was realness, there was softness, it was alive. And also because I was really at peace in myself. And this was just the stuff to deal with. And in a way, that experience shifted my consciousness about manipulating the universe to be happy. I'll still make it as nice as I can for me. But then, where it isn't, I don't sit around being preoccupied with what isn't. Just open to it. So, here we go. Here we go. Because the amount of time you create a hell with your own mind because of your attachments to your models of how it should be that are different from the way it is. You can see it in this culture about growing old. You see the model that a person develops about themselves, and then as their body changes, which is inevitably part of nature, how it disconfirms their model and how they suffer. Because I used to do 100 push-ups and now I can only do 70. And there's a deep depression. That's interesting. I can't even do one. And I'm not depressed. You should be. Next question.
I find that when I'm feeling pain or anger or fear, especially when I'm sharing it with somebody, I do a manipulation thing where I think I'm facing it, but a lot of it gets
pushed down inside.
Yeah. And so my question, I guess, is how to really keep open to those things and without playing that game with them.
You're talking about manipulating them or yourself? Do you feel you're selling out to be with them, or do you feel you're trying to manipulate them? What are you telling me?
It's not a real conscious thing. It's an ego thing.
Well, most everything we do is on this plane. It's hard not to be. I mean, the spirit is mediated through ego. It's just a question of how identified you are with it. To tell me these things in yourself is acknowledging the fact that you see them at some level. And when you're with another partner that you're really trying to work with, by acknowledging that stuff with each other, it doesn't mean that you have to extract something from them. It's just that the relationships that are the most exciting are where the contract is to share truth. Many relationships don't have that kind of contract. They have a contract of you won't threaten my ego and I won't threaten yours. We'll both feel comfortable. But if the relationship is designed where you agree, when I say to you, will you help me awaken by sharing your truth with me? It may be difficult for me to hear it, but that's the work I will do with myself. And then you say to me, would you help me awaken through sharing your truth with me? Sometimes it'll be hard for me, but I'll work on myself with it. That relationship gets very exciting. That gets loaded. That's juicy. I mean, John and I have been friends for many years, and we have that contract. And sometimes it's been hard. There have been moments when his truth to me has been painful for me to work with, as mine has been to him. But we trust each other because we're both committed to awakening, because we both love Maharaji so much, that we take that truth and we keep working it and working with it. It's the same in my relation with Judith, who I've been with for many years. It's the same way. Now, those kinds of truth relationships are very precious. They're very delicate, but anything less than the truth. So what you do is when you see that stuff in yourself, you can say to the other person, I see how I am manipulating. And you just keep bringing it out. And the two of you bring it out and examine it with good faith. You keep doing that. You keep working and get as close as you can with it. And if the relationship doesn't allow that, then the work has got to be in yourself, of bringing it up and seeing the way you're doing it. I mean, I have a very manipulative quality in me that I have had to work with a lot over the years. To the point where when I see myself doing it, either somebody points it out to me, or I begin to see myself doing it. And then the interesting question is, what do you do with that moment? Do you get into, oh, you're a no good bum because you're doing that again? Or do you just kind of let it go and let it float by? So there I am again. Manindra, who was one of my wonderful meditation teachers, once I came to him and I was so upset about something. And he said, Ram Dass, don't you see it's just old karma running off? And I really heard that. It's just old stuff out of us running off. Bring it up, look at it, and let it go. Okay. Yes.
My question
is unheard.
My question has to do with the relationship of student to spiritual teacher, and it has to do with one view is that the student should never accept blindly what the teacher puts on them or tells them. But once you check it out, to look at themselves, once you go through it. The other view is once you totally surrender your being to the teacher. Now, if you are the student in this kind of situation, which way do you go? How do you know what to do?
I think you surrender only to truth. And your intuitive heart has to be the final arbiter where the truth lies, the final judge of where the truth lies. And you're surrendering to, what you're surrendering to is God in the form of another person. And there are often times where, because most of the beings that we call gurus are really teachers, the likelihood of finding somebody that's a cooked goose is reasonably slim. Since they're not cooked geese, they have their own karma. They have their own stuff. And so they become somebody through whom a teaching comes, but they themselves are not truth. They are merely a vehicle through which, if there is a purity in your heart in the way you see truth, you will take, as the swan is able to separate milk from water, you separate this purity of their message from the stuff of their karma. And you take the truth and you work with it. So some teachers will say, I've given you so much, you've got to do this for me. I would say the only thing you owe a teacher is for you to get enlightened for free. That's all you owe them. Because they're doing it out of the grace and good fortune that they're able to do it, and that should be enough for them. You don't owe them to take care of them. You may want to out of your love for them, but there's not an obligation in that sense. My sense is that when we surrender to a teacher and then end up feeling burned by their impurities, there was a conspiracy between the teacher and you for everybody to do themselves in through each other. And everybody's getting their comeuppance. I have watched this again and again because there is a whole panoply of impurity in the teaching scenes.
What if you don't feel that? What if you feel what happens?
Which talking about the phone?
What if you don't feel that? What if you know that the teacher themselves is very pure? If there's any pure that's coming from your lack of knowledge, and you don't feel that.
If you intuitively feel that, then you listen and you go as close to surrender as you can go. But you've got to hear that the final spiritual surrender is no surrender. It's a surrender where there's nothing to surrender because because the highest thing in the other person is the same as the highest thing in you. No, but you're surrendering constantly into the highest part of your truth. And intuitively, there's a place in you that does know that. Even though you don't know, you know it. So that you're making approximations, and what you may do is fall on your face.
Well, I figured one of the surrender for wants to really get burned.
The fact is that you can't really decide to surrender. Because that's just another trip of power. I'm surrendering to you, Give me the truth. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. The relationship between a pure master and a chela is a matter that has nothing to do with the intellect whatsoever. There's no choice involved at all. That is such deep karmic unfolding that you are drawn to the master when the moment is right and the unfolding happens totally at a level where when it's right, you just, and all the should I or shouldn't I, I recall I was traveling with a Swami, who was a very beautiful man, and we traveled around the world together. And then I came to his ashram, and it was a very big ashram, and he sat on a throne, and he had many wealthy devotees and many poor devotees. And he created a little throne for me next to his throne. And thousands of people came to see him, and he made all of these people touch my feet. And there were judges and wealthy people. They gave me coconuts, and they put flowers around my neck. And he had me have attendants, and he gave me special rooms. It was really lovely. People came up to me, and they said, he's never treated anybody like this before. You had a guru up in the mountains, him. But, he was nice to start you going, but this is clearly your master. And I thought about my guru up in the mountains who had a blanket that kept falling off. Bring deeper into that relationship until you experience the one that lies behind the two. And that is the yoga, or union, yoga meaning union of relationship. So that, for example, when I start out with my guru, I meet this being, and he loves me, and my heart opens. And when my heart opens, I feel very safe, and I experience love towards him. And then he's in my mind, and then I start to keep him more in my consciousness. And at first, he's a separate entity, and then I begin to experience him more as like a presence around me, and then I start to experience him inside myself. And that's a yoga, or coming into union with another being. Now, in most relationships, the relationships are based on a conspiracy to stay separate. It's based on the idea you're you and I'm me, and we will interact. We won't merge, we will interact. So the merging is a whole other game that is not part of the usual social contract at all. And when you come together in a marriage or in a relationship with a partner, even that isn't based on merging usually. It's based on a partnership of egos. I won't threaten your ego and you don't threaten mine, and we'll do very well together. Thank you.
to do it as a technique for merging is very difficult because it involves a surrender that has and a relationship that attempts to be a relationship that is a yoga form often walks the fine line between chaos and cosmos, because it's very scary since it doesn't have the protective device of a conspiracy to keep separate. It starts to get dealing with the issues of surrender. And very often, if you start to choose a yoga of relationship, that becomes your primary yoga. You can't use that along with other yogas. It's just, it becomes your main method because it takes most of your time. You can't have a relationship and put it in the back burner and then go do other things and call it the yoga relationship. Most people have relationships that they find make as comfortable as they can make, and then go do some other yoga like meditation. So the dance, as I said earlier today, is like a triangle in which there is the two that come together in order to know the one, and then the one dances as two. So it's a very vibrating thing. It's the two energies bringing them into the one, and the one dancing as the two. And it goes like this all the time. So when you make a marriage that is designed to be a technique to bring you to God, you are using the other person to see through the veil of separateness. So then what do you look at? Because you come together attracted by body, or attracted by personality, or attracted by comfort or security or whatever. And then through meditation technique, you have to look through that veil to see beyond that and see beyond that. And you practice looking through the veils of other people. That's the yoga of relationship, roughly. And so the art is to extricate yourself from identification with your somebodyness and extricate the person you're seeing from their identification with their somebodyness. So it is really nobody meeting nobody. And then when nobody meets nobody, there is a merging. And the minute there's any somebodyness at all in the whole thing, it can't happen. The minute the awareness is identified with anything, it makes it solid. And you can feel after a while when you meet a liquid consciousness and when you meet a solid. It's amazing. And after a while, you walk in and you meet people, and you can feel the liquidity. You can feel that the awarenesses just keep merging all the time. And yet there are forms, but nobody's invested in them. Nobody's playing them. Nobody's seriously involved in form. And that becomes the yoga you're working with all the time. So your job is to keep working on yourself to extricate yourself from your somebodyness, and at the same moment seeing through the veil of somebody else's somebodyness to the one that lies behind the many. And you can practice levels of this. For example, you can look at me now and you can see my body. You can see me as a 58-year-old attractive balding gentleman. Then you can shift your gaze and see my personality, and you can see me as a teacher, as warm, as charismatic, as whatever, as slightly neurotic, whatever. Then you can shift your gaze once more. You can see that I'm an Aries. You can see that I'm my astral mythic identity. Then you can shift once more and you can look and you can see that I'm a fellow soul. You there? I'm here. What are you doing in that one? And when you see me as a fellow soul, you see me as a soul packaged in this astral personality body matrix. Just a soul that came into this. And all of us are just souls hanging out in these funny packages. And each package has its own trip to live out. And then if you flip it once more, you look and you're looking at yourself, looking at yourself. There's only one of them. This is the yoga of relationship. Yes? How does it compare to a monastic or a single life? I think that you've got to really get over the cultural models that everybody is to have a partner or everybody is to be alone to get to God. I think relationship is a very hard yoga. I think it's a hard yoga because it's so easy to get caught, because it gets so frightening to get so close to the void with another human being, because you feel so vulnerable on the way through to your invulnerability. And so that most yoga or most relationships end up agreeing to settle for something or other. They run out of will to keep breaking through. And they can settle for some very beautiful things, but it's a really hard one to keep at it all the time. And so marriage and family, I think, are certainly roots to God, but they are difficult roots. They're difficult. But what you've got to do is you've got to hear what your own incarnation's role and function, what your soul needs from a birth. If you are to marry and have children and you resist it, you will feel out of harmony with things. If you marry and have children and you are really a single yogi, you will feel out of sorts with it too. And you've just got to listen and feel your way through that, because there's just no rule for the game. Each person has their own unique dharma. Question?
Time and energy on many different relationships. And my question is, do we have such a thing? Do I have such a thing as a soulmate? And I was just wondering if perhaps you could give me a telephone number.
There'll be a sign-up list for this gentleman outside. First of all, when you say wasted, you didn't waste them. After a while, you begin to see that your journey, spiritual journey, as you awaken more and more, you begin to understand what was going on in all the stuff beforehand. Like, I had periods in my adolescence that were hell realms for me. I mean, that I was extremely unhappy and miserable and lonely and isolated. And now, in perspective, as I look back, I see the way those things drove me inside to certain parts of my being. And they deepened my compassion, they deepened my awareness, they did a lot of things for me. I wouldn't lay them on anybody and I wouldn't want to repeat them. But I now see that it was process. And in a way, don't look back at your life, don't look at things as wasted parts of your life. Just say, maybe I don't understand yet what the meaning of it was. But understand it's all process. People don't fall off the path in the real sense of the path. It's a continuous process, right? The only way you would know a soulmate if you met one was if you were residing in your soul. As long as you're in your personality, it's all a little game, the whole idea of soulmates, which is used a lot in this culture. You know, I want my soulmate. That's the personality speaking. And it takes one to know one, if you will, right? And what you will feel at times is you'll feel an incredible familiarity with somebody when you meet them. And you'll feel that we are connected to each other, even though we haven't known each other in this life. But that's probably true. There's probably only about 500 of us in the world anyway. And we just keep going around again. And that we've all known each other many times in many ways. I mean, I have a feeling that it's said that everybody was everybody's mother and father and child and murderer and murderee and all sorts of things. So you get so that you're surprised when you feel these complex emotions regarding other human beings. I'm not sure I understand the term soulmate, other than people have work to do together at times. And then they may come together in many different forms. You may come together with a brother or a sister, or a mother or a cousin or an employee that have incredible work together. I mean, Judas and Jesus had work to do together. They could have been soulmates in that sense, yes. And I don't have any phone numbers for you. It's a big group, so we're not going to take questions now. Okay, go ahead, except for the group until we get done. Who's next?
Is there a difference between marriage and just living together?
Is there a difference between marriage and just live, and we'll forget the word just. Is there a difference between marriage and living together? Well, it really depends on which culture you're living in. For example, in the villages in India, when you get married, it is till death. And if one person dies, the other person lives in mourning for the rest of their life and doesn't remarry. Well, that's not true for the men. It's true for the women, which is a very sexist thing. In fact, in some cultures, the women goes on the funeral pyre when the man dies. But there's no divorce. It's not heard of. But that's because the culture isn't focused on personality so much. In California, where I live, it is serial monogamy. That is, you only are married to one person at a time, but you can be married serially. And marriage has come to be a special friendship. See, the difference between these different models are, your parents are your given karma. You can't trade them in. You can't turn in your father and get a new one. And then you have friends that are acquired karma. Okay, those are people you take on and you work with them, and then if it doesn't work, you can go on to somebody else. Now, where does a marriage fit in between given karma and acquired karma? In some cultures, it's given karma. The minute you make the contract, it's till death do us part. When you say till death do us part, it then has become given karma in the same way that a parent is. It's nothing you can turn in. Now, what marriage has come to be in the West is much more like a special friendship, where you take it on and work with it, and then if you both find you're incompatible, you go on to somebody else. From a spiritual point of view, ideally, you would find a partner who wished to awaken, and you wish to awaken, and the two of you would use the relationship in order to awaken, and you would use your raising children and your lifestyle and your working with your money and all of it as a way of awakening. That would be the ideal. Okay? If you end up in a marriage where you got married before you started to awaken, or you got married and then you find that one person doesn't want to awaken and another doesn't want to work on himself and another does, then the person that wants to awaken has really a choice. You can see that relationship as given karma and work with it. Or you can say, I really want my marriage to be satsang or sangha, so I will give this one up and try another one. I'll find somebody who wants to work with me. Right? It actually, from a spiritual point of view, you're going to grow both ways. From a psychological point of view, it might be harder being married to somebody that's not the least bit interested in what you're interested in. You go to retreats all by yourself, and they don't care, and they don't want to meditate, and they want to look at the ball game. But in terms of your work on yourself, that will get you there just as fast as and what you usually find is when you keep trading in your partners, the next partner you get, you will slowly make the relationship over into what you had last time anyway. I mean, because these are happening on much deeper levels of unconsciousness. I mean, if you're neurotic in London, you'll probably be neurotic in Paris. You know, it's not like suddenly you're going to move or shift people. It's all going to be roses. You'll still have to deal with the stuff of your attachments of mind. So after a while, you don't really care so much who you're with. You just keep doing it. You could say that a marriage contract deepens the commitment to go through the suffering together. The problem is, I think, forget the problem, my sense is that love is the only marriage contract. And that people should stay together so long as they want to be together in love. And that to be together with somebody because you signed a paper at one time does not seem to me to be a valid reason to stay together. I don't hear that. Now, and all of the vacillation when you're living with somebody, shall we marry, shouldn't we marry, that's just grist for the mill of spiritual work on oneself about what the issues of because what does commitment mean? Commitment says this is a useful process for us to be working on ourselves through. From a spiritual point of view, that's what it's saying. And that doesn't have to be a contract between two people. That is something each person makes a decision to do about their life. I know some of you are upset by that, but that's okay. Question.
As follows what you just said. Can you make a distinction? I know some Tibetan masters who have wives, and it would seem as if their relationship with their wife is not particularly conscious. You know, she stays in the kitchen and, you know, is in a pretty traditional sense and washes the dishes and they don't talk. Though this master is very busy teaching consciousness and would travel all over the world.
She's probably the Buddha.
She's,
he's just the front man.
Well, exactly. I mean, I think what I'm saying, Ramdas, is there a distinction?
The sacrament is the chicken soup. Yeah. Excuse me, go ahead.
I mean, is there a distinction between a path that is yoga of relationship as a way to God and being a spiritual warrior on the way to God, and as part of that having a conscious supportive relationship, but that is not the primary focus?
Yeah, I think that most people that are in spiritual work,
because it's too hard.
The marriage, the relationship yoga is such a stinker.
Yeah.
That the best thing to do is to form a marriage that gives you support and gives you intimacy and all of the things you need, and it's comfortable and safe and secure, and it's a base camp, and then you do your practices. And as you both do your practices, you get clearer and closer together. But the yoga of relationship wasn't the primary yoga. I think you're absolutely right. And I think that's a very valid thing to do. I think that's a more intelligent strategy than trying to make the relationship the yoga, to tell you the truth.
Because this is the question I've discussed with some people, is I was recently getting married and I ended it because I was saying I really want to go to God and to look in your eyes, and my partner just wanted another gin and tonic, and I sort of ended up, it was quite impossible to do the work, and yet I see that I had probably intended something that wasn't my soul nature to go much too high, that was even higher than I could probably do, and so somehow I sacrificed myself, whereas, you know, I just could have chosen a nice middle of the road with a little bit of personality comfort and coming to retreats as well. I mean, like,
I think she escaped just in time. Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm putting myself up as a scapegoat, but for many years I have really tried to live a very rigorous spiritual relationship. And there was always pain because I would deny myself certain things that I had not, as it were, evolved enough to not need.
Yeah.
And you see, it also begs the question that if one is on the spiritual path, is one necessarily of a different vibrational rate than someone who isn't? Or is that yet another glamour? I mean, because, quote, I'm on the spiritual path, therefore I can't be with so-and-so because they're not.
I think that I hear your point. I think most of the time that we use the spiritual path concept as a way of giving ourselves some status in our own mind, and it's a little fraudulent. Yeah, and I think that somebody that is really working spiritually in the deepest sense will just use everything in their life. They'll use the gin and tonic, they'll use the not marrying and the marrying, and they just quietly keep using everything they can use as a process, and they don't make a big deal of it. They do it in a way, they do their spiritual practices behind the screen, in a way, of life, and they just seem like regular people doing it. The whole showbiz part of spirituality is a little showbiz, and finally you let that go, and you're just nothing special.
You know, I agree totally. Yeah. But also, Ramdas, isn't there, you know, someone who does work on themselves and someone who doesn't? If they get together, there is a kind of difference. You know,
but for the person who is working on themselves, that is very good stuff to work with. That's very good stuff to work with. I mean, it's just a fire. It's a hotter fire. It's a hotter fire.
If I want to go to God, I really use my head on
No, I wouldn't. I would try to make it easy for yourself, because you could fall. I mean, not fall off, but you could, you know, get into the olives or onions by error. You know, I think that what you would do is you look around and you find somebody who shares your journey as well as you can. But then if you find after you marry that you're with somebody who primarily is on the gin and tonic yoga, then you work with that. That's what you work with. That's all I'm suggesting. Right? Because you were attracted to that person in the first place. And the problem is you've got to look for the truth of where you are. A lot of people, for example, say, I'm on the spiritual path, when in fact, really what they want to do is have good sex. But they don't want to admit it, so that they are attracted to somebody that wants good sex, and then they put them down in order to not identify with what they themselves really want. So at least be straight with yourself. If that's what you want, that's what you want. It's better to be truthful than to be holy, to be phony holy. All right? We have enough trouble with that, and that'll just blow you away, phony holiness. I mean, it just keeps, you got to go back to go and start again and start. Okay. Next.
On the question of more open relationships, I'm not saying committed married relationships, we seem to be limited in our ability to express the impulses that stem from deep within oneself. Is this inability a limitation inherited through the mores of culture, or is it a human limitation, and thereby meaning we must always be alone with this?
Wait a minute, you got to start this one again. This is a very complex one. Say it. Start again. Say it.
I'm not talking about.
You're talking about open marriage.
I'm not talking about marriages, or I'm talking about relationship with others.
With others. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We seem limited in our ability to express the impulses that stem from deep within ourselves. Is this limitation inherited through our culture, or is it a basic human limitation? And if it is, is, must we always be, as it were, alone with our experience?
I think our inability to express our, to acknowledge our impulse life is primarily a socialization process. It's the process of culture. And I think that it's the way in which we get acculturated so that a society can function. It's because a society has a hard time when there's immediate impulse expression for everybody all the time. It needs a certain amount of delay of gratification, a certain amount of control, a certain amount of actually suppression, not necessarily repression, but it usually ends up repression. It is certainly possible to work with truth in a relationship to get to the point where more and more you are safe in expressing what your impulses are and your truth of your moment. Truth is one of the vehicles for deepening spiritual awareness through another human being. And if there is a license for that in in any relationship, with guru, with friend, with lover, with whatever it is an absolutely optimum way of coming into a liquid spiritual relationship with another person. But it's very, very delicate because people are feel very vulnerable. They have parts of their mind that are cut off. That the idea that's been socialized is, if I showed this part of me, I would not be acceptable. And the ability to risk that, finally, you learn how to have your truth available. It doesn't mean you have to force your truth on anybody, but if you find somebody else that is willing to enter into a contract of truth with you, then you can share that and you can get closer and closer to the impulses. Doesn't mean you have to act on the impulses. I mean, I could say, the impulses have arisen in me that I would like to see you cut into pieces, if I felt that, or I'd like to make love with you, or something like that. And that might not be socially acceptable, or might not fit in with your model of reality. But if I feel safe enough, I can share that truth with you. And as you and I share those truths more and more, then our entrapment in our minds gets less and less. And we are able to allow the awareness to flow back and forth between us, because we're both looking from the same place at our human condition together. The impulse, the repression of impulse, is what blocks energy and what keeps other people as them rather than us. And the idea is to get to the point where you really live with us, not with them. Not with him or with her, but with us. And finally, if you're really doing the yoga part of it, with I. There's only an I in many forms. Do you hear that? So truth is one of the exciting vehicles to work with relationship. And what I've learned is to use my lecture role to make my truth as available as I possibly could. And what I find is people say to me, thank you for being so truthful. It makes it easier for me to be truthful about myself because you've done that. And I think, well, it's a cheap price to offer yourself up for that purpose if that just in itself starts to help other people. Okay, is that dealing with the question? No. I want to go back 1 second to the issue of committed relationships. You can enter into a contract with somebody that says we will not have relationships with other people while we are together. And that will allow for a certain kind of safety and a certain kind of deepening. I think I can hear that as a very viable thing. You could equally enter into a relationship which says we'll have an open marriage and we will work with it. I think a contract between human beings should be honored. I think that creates an environment that's safe for inner work. It doesn't matter which contract it is, as long as it's a contract that's honored. And when you want to renegotiate the contract, you say, I want to renegotiate the contract. You don't renegotiate it unilaterally. You don't decide you're not going to fulfill the contract and then go off and do something else on your own. It has to be honorable between people. Yeah, those create the conditions for more subtle inner work where you can play it, you can go deeper and be safer. more questions from this group? Are you okay?
You mentioned earlier something about sexism, and I wondered if you think that men and women have got similar challenges at this time on the planet to awaken through the relationship, or if you think that they're different.
I think this is a very interesting time for women because the history of religious traditions has, for the most part, treated men and women very differently. And in India, for example, the way a relationship is seen is that the woman has two forces that are very powerful in her. One is that she most easily can get into a transcendent state because of her chemistry. That in her menstrual cycle, she can get out. There are a lot of ways she can get out of her worldliness. But she also has a very powerful earth pull because of the nesting need. So that they see a woman as having these two forces very strong. And they experience the man as having much less of an earth or nesting pull, but tending to get much more caught in the mind and not having the energy to get out. So what they see a marriage is, as the wife is the Shakti or energy, which gives the relationship sufficient juice for the man to get out, then he isn't pulled back so hard, and then he can keep her out. So that they see that as a team venture. He can't get out without her, she can't stay out without him. And that's the way, historically, that was understood in the marriage. Right? And it was, when you understood that, you understood why in India, most of the stories, the historical stories of the saints, revolved around the men who ended up in caves rather than the women. Because the men, once they got out there wasn't anything pulling them back to earth as much because they didn't have this dual function in life of reproduction, of taking care of their young. Now, that was an excuse for a culture that really didn't give women the opportunity for spiritual practices that should have been available to all human beings. And what we're finding now, and there certainly were plenty of examples, take Anandamayi Ma or Mirabai or many Teresa or people like that. There have been many women who have certainly come as close to enlightenment as men have come in terms of their spiritual work. So now it seems to me that the whole situation has opened up, and you're taking cultural traditions that had a sex difference, and you're trying to redefine them in a way that gives everybody equal opportunity. The predicament is you can't confuse equal opportunity. You mustn't let that mask the fact that there are differences in biochemistry and there are differences in the function of an incarnation. And there are differences between men and women in why a being takes an incarnation as a woman and as a man. And it's not lesser, it's just different. These are different functions. So that I think what happened in our societies, most recently I can see it in the United States, that when the women's movement started, or feminism, whatever that was called, that women's movement, that women interpreted equality as being equally in the mind as men were, and they in many ways started to reject the qualities of them that were part of the reason for their incarnation. They started to get alienated from their own truth in order to have equal opportunity in the business marketplace or something like that. That seemed to me to be an immature level of equality. And as time has gone on, it seems to me that it's maturing a great deal, so that women are beginning to hear that they have a choice. They have freedom to choose, and they have freedom to honor their uniqueness rather than to mask their uniqueness. And so that we can arrive at the way, and in fact, it seems to me that in Europe, men and women have a much deeper intuitive sense of their maleness and femaleness than they do in the United States. In the United States, there seems to be much more of a kind of a superficial macho-ness in men and a kind of a hysterical femininity in women that isn't coming from the deep truth of their beings. Now, in terms of spiritual truth, what you notice, it's interesting, in the gurus, that as the gurus get further out, most of the men start to develop breasts. This is interesting. And there is a quality of androgyny in spiritual identity that is not social, but it's at some very deep level at which you are the mother and the father. And that happens to both women and men. I mean, Anandamayi Ma, who was an incredibly delicate and graceful being, was also an incredibly fierce and strong woman. And you could feel that both those forces were acting in her. And Maharaji, my guru, was incredibly tender and also extremely fierce. And I can feel that the qualities that we attribute to women and men often start to merge in beings as they get more evolved spiritually. So I think that men have, in the terms of the religious traditions, they have a more clearly enunciated spiritual path. Women have got to, seems to me, have still a time now to be very creative about how they work with these paths in terms of what is true and what isn't true, and what is appropriate to take from another tradition and what must be created on its own. And it's going to take several generations for the maturity of that process to happen, where people aren't just reacting against the suppression that happened for so long. Am I dealing with your question?
Success. Where I met you, that guy's a success for the most part. I mean, but dear God, that's like 1 of the 10 things. That's like a miracle.
Oh, I think so. I think that in the traditional sense, like in India, for example, in the family, the woman is seen as the core and the central part of the family. And by her being a conscious, a dharmic mother, a dharmic wife, and a dharmic homemaker, she was doing a yoga that brought her closer to God than if the man was being a lousy businessman, or even, I mean, it was because people understood individual differences and each person played their part as dharma. We've lost that a little bit in our understanding. But, and that's what I say about the maturity. When we mature, we will understand which of the things we threw over out of a wrong interpretation of equality. And we will begin to honor what is true to each human being's needs to manifest. But I think it's absolutely right. And that's part of why women weren't historically pointed out as the spiritual teachers, because their role wasn't as a teacher, their role was as a support system. That was their way they became saints. They were saints through their supporting, not through the front work. The front work was, I mean, I laugh as an anthropologist when I've studied those cultures where the women kept the family together and they carried the wheat and they did all that, and the men sat in the marketplace exchanging beads. And the men were the important people and the women were treated like, nothing. And yet they were the root of the whole system. And I could feel in India that the woman is much more the center of the whole social structure, and that her spiritual consciousness, because every home in India, in the villages I live in, has its own puja room. The woman keeps the puja room, the woman does all the services, the woman is concerned with all of these issues, and she becomes the spiritual connection in the situation. And when you look at most of these gurus, like Maharaji, most of the people who came to see him were the women. The men came and discussed their crops and things like that. The women came and did arti and did puja around him all the time. And so I think that women have a very challenging time in the West at this moment to find their way through, to find what they must honor in their beings and what they must demand of the society to be heard.
No, he's not coming in. He cannot come in. He dropped $600 bills on the floor. He's not allowed in. I was like, oh my God.
Ramdas, yes. You've answered our question. Thank you for that.
That's what I was thinking. I'm gonna literally go in a disguise. Or a fake nose or something. Like, I'm going to have to go in there so Vlad can't fucking know it's me. But like, the thing is, they're gonna look. Out of the driver's license is a giveaway, but maybe they won't be able to tell it's me because, well, I don't know. So I gotta figure it out. But I do want to sneak in there at some point. I love it. All right, man. Have a great workout. Good job. I'll talk to you soon. Good job.